Good morning to the second day of Challenges of a New Teaching.
We thank you for your participation and hope you enjoyed today's conference.
Remember that the e-certificate that you choose is valid for 3 days. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. It's for us a huge pleasure to be here in the second day in order to attend this third virtual conference. And let me introduce to Aide Bravo Olivares, sorry. And okay, so Aide Bravo Olivares, sorry, holds a Bachelor in English Language Teaching at the Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla, Mexico. She has been teaching English since 2012 in different levels, from preschool to university. Her research interests are related to teachers' and learners' beliefs about self in EFL learning process.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Teacher Gerardo. It's a pleasure for me to be here. So, well, this presentation I already presented last year, but today it's going to present some changes. Maybe some of you already attended. But let's see, the only favor that I'm going to ask to all of you, and please, teacher, the next slide, is that you open up your mind, because you are going to learn new strategies. And I hope that these kind of strategies could help you in different levels, okay? Because these strategies I already applied with preschoolers, with elementary school, high school, and also in the university level. So it's the only favor, and also pay too much attention, because today, well, please, the next slide. Well, we are going to start with this activity, and I need, and I invite you that you do this exercise. And also, Teacher Gerardo, I want that to see you in this activity, because you also are going to participate. I don't know if you are ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so please, the next slide. Okay, this is an activity. This is an easy activity. You have to say the alphabet. Okay, but as you can see, there are some letters below each letter. We have the L, the R, and the P. The L means that you have to raise your L on your left arm. The R means that you have to raise your right arm. And the B means that you have to raise both arms. Okay? So,
once again, please.
Okay, one more time. The
please.
L, the letter L below each letter means that you have to raise your left arm. Yes, okay. Then the R, it means that you have to raise your right arm. Okay. The other one, yes. And the B means that you have to raise both arms. Okay. So, yes, okay. So, are you ready?
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, and I hope that everyone who is watching also be ready. So, we are going to start. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I forgot to say something. You have to say also the alphabet. At the same time that we move our arms, you have to say aloud the alphabet, okay? So, 1, 2, 3. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, was it difficult?
Kind of.
I know. Okay, give an applause. Give an applause. Very good. Okay, so the next slide, please. So the agenda for today and for this presentation is to show you the objective, some questions, and make some reflections, and also present some online classroom management that I've been applying during this pandemic. And as I said before, I already apply in-person classes with my students. Okay, so I think that uh, all of us, we have to face this situation where we have to change all our methods, but in some ways, some of the ones that we apply in person classes, we can apply it in the online classes. Then the benefits, why it is important to apply these online classroom management strategies, and the conclusions. Please, the next slide. Well, the objective is to provide important information about how online classroom management strategies could improve our students' learning in order to enhance their academic performance. So please, the next one. And I want to start with this quote: effective teaching and learning cannot take place in poorly managed classrooms. So this is very important that we have to take into account. I know that this transition that we have faced during the last months, especially here in Mexico, well, it has not been an easy process. Okay, but we have to make all the strategies in an effective way. Okay, so please, the next slide. So my first question, and here is where you are going to participate in the chat. What kind of online classes have you created? So I want to see your comments, please. I'm going to play my timer, and I'm going to give you 45 seconds to type your comments. So let's see, 45 seconds. So you can start. So what kind of online classes have you created? Interactive. Thank you, Gabriela. Dynamic classes. Thank you, Claudia. Communicative and constructive. Okay, so time is up. Okay, so I could see a different comments. So some of you have been doing interactive activities, PowerPoint presentations, okay? More ICT's approach, okay? Participative classes, okay, that's great. So please, the next slide. Oh, so sorry, I think I'm back. Okay, so some technical issues. Well, we have this. According to Chandra, uh, all of us in our job or teachers, we should develop caring, supporting relationships with and among the students, organize and implement instruction in ways that optimize the students' access to learning. They may use group management methods that encourage student engagement with academic tasks. So this is something that we have to focus on. When we apply different strategies, when we try to be more interactive in our classes, we have also to develop the part of caring, supportive relationships, and also implement instruction, okay, that help our students. So please, the next slide. So one more time, you are going to participate in the chat. And I think most of you already have an idea about what is classroom management. So also I'm going to give you 45 seconds to type on the chat. I want to see your comments, please. You can start right now. So what is classroom management? Okay, build a participatory environment. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, the way you organize and plan your classes. Thank you, Gabriela. Dealing with classroom issues? Yes, of course. What else? Okay, dealing with organization in classes. Thank you, Ari. Okay, time is up. Okay, so thank you for all your comments. So the use of appropriate strategies for development of the class. Okay, so you already know what is classroom management, but this is a kindly reminder. So please, the next slide. Classroom management, and this is according to Brophy, refers to the actions taken to create and maintain a learning environment conducive to successful instruction. So when we apply suitable strategies and focus on the classroom management, we have to create and maintain this good environment among our students. Okay, so please, the next slide. So, as it was said previously, the classroom management refers to the strategies that we have to implement. Okay, and this is according to Cooper Show. These are the tools that we have to implement in order to create a good environment into our sessions, online sessions, or classes. Okay, and with these kind of strategies, also we are going to improve our relationship with our students and also among the students. And so, and the main benefit about the classroom management strategies, it doesn't matter if you apply in-person classes or in online sessions, you regulate the students' participation. So please, the next slide. So when we apply these strategies, we are going to develop these 5 points. First, they develop caring, then organize and implement instruction. The third one is encourage students' engagement, and this is something that maybe we have to face that some of them they have issues with the internet connection, they got distracted easily, okay. But if we implement these kind of strategies, well, the engagement it will be present. Then promote the development of social skills. Okay, so we already know that most of our students they are involved in an environment of social media, but also we can improve these kind of skills into our students. And the last one is the use appropriate interventions. So we don't have to lose that point that we are guides, okay? So we have to make the suitable interventions into our sessions, because the ones that have to participate they are our students. So please, the next slide. So what kind of online classroom management could be implemented? So I want to see, because also something that we can get of this kind of activities as teachers, is to share information. So also in this time, I want to see your comments. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Okay, what kind of online classroom management strategies could be implemented or have you implemented in your sessions? So the time is running right now, so you can participate. Create and promote a learning environment. Yes, that is very important. Thank you for the reminder, Veronica. We need to establish rules. Yes. For the ones that already started their new course, this is the first thing that we should do. Whole class in pair work, breakout rooms. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Angeles. Communication tasks and activities. Okay, very good, Claudia. Okay, for speaking, I've used the breakout tools in Zoom so that all of them have an opportunity to speak. Okay, teamwork, group work, communicative activities. Okay. Okay, time is up. So as we can see, we have many different ideas, and that is so wonderful because in this way we share many strategies that um, we can implement. Okay, so please, the next slide. So in this part, I'm going to show some strategies that I have implemented with my students. Right now, at this moment, I'm working by my own. But also in previous years, I have the opportunity to work in some institutions. And these strategies that I'm going to show, I also had the opportunity to apply them with a Peace Corps volunteer last year. So it was a co-working time. So I hope that you keep in mind this. When we new strategies, we have to adapt them because we don't have like the same size groups. Okay. Also, we can adopt them because maybe you say, okay, this is a great activity that I can apply with my students. Okay, and also we don't have to I think that as teachers, we are creative. We can create something new. Okay, so we have to create new activities, maybe with new strategies. You think, okay, I'm going to create this for my group because this is a more convenient activity. Okay, so it's up to you. Okay, so this is a kindly reminder that you don't have to forget. So please, the next slide. Okay, So first, I don't know if you are sick or whatever you are, okay? But for this activity, please, I need that you stretch, please, stretch. Please stretch to the right. Very good. Thank you, teacher, for your participation. Stretch to the right or your left, doesn't matter. Okay, very good. Shake your hands. Shake your hands. Very, very good. Okay, excellent. And right now, your shoulders up and down. Great job. Okay, so how do you feel? More relaxed? Yes?
More or
Okay.
less.
So the next activity that I'm going to ask you to do, okay, so please just only close your eyes for a moment. Okay, thank you so much. So you are going to breathe in and breathe out. Right now, one more time. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, the last breathing. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, thank you. You can open your eyes. Okay, so this kind of activities is to relax our students, and in this way they feel better and they feel like, okay, I want to participate. I want to do something interesting this time. Okay, so please, the next slide. Okay, so we are going to do this activity that is mental calculation. You have to solve some additions, multiplication, subtraction, or division. So we are going to start with easy ones. So for this activity, for each math problem, I'm going to give you 1 minute. Okay, so we are going to start with the easy ones, and I want to see your participation in the comments. So, are you ready? Yes or no? Okay, so you have to in the comments you have to type the result, only the result. Okay, so I'm going to say the math problem, and in the comments you have to type the result. Okay, so let's start with the first one. Okay, let me prepare my timer. Okay, so I'm going to repeat twice. 16 divided by 4 times 6 minus 19 plus 12 minus 10 equals. One more time. 16 divided by 4 times 6 minus 19 plus 12 minus 10 equals. So I want to see your comments. That's good. Many of you are typing the response. Okay. I see that I have good students at math. Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay, time is up. And the correct answer is 7. Okay, very good to the ones that answer 7. Very, very good. Okay, so the next one. So it will be an easy one too, because after this, it is going to be the difficult ones. Okay, so let's see. Also, remember you have to. Well, I trust that you are doing in your mind and that you are solving these problems. Okay, but maybe we could give chances depending on the level of our students. We can give the chance that they have to grade and then they have to calculate and only the result. Okay, remember that you have to adapt according to your groups. So let's see. Remember, I'm going to repeat twice. 7 times 6 plus 5 minus 6 plus 11 divided by 4 equals. One more time. 7 times 6 plus 5 minus 6 plus 11 divided by 4 equals. Oh my God, some of you are so fast. That's great. Great job. Almost time is up. Okay, stop. And the correct answer is 13. Very good. Okay, don't worry, Luz. Okay, maybe you can write in the next problems. And you can write the numbers. And then you solve it in your mind. Or as I said to my elementary school students, use your mind and use your fingers. Okay, so don't worry. Okay, don't worry. You are not bad, but you are trying, and that is something good. Okay, so remember, you can write if you want. If it's difficult for you, you can write the numbers that I'm going to say. So let's see with the next one. This is a difficult one. Okay, so maybe I should, my advice for this one is that you write, okay? If you have a piece of paper, you can write. So let's see. Are you ready? Yes, I hope so. So let's see. 84 plus 1 times 2 divided by 1 equals. One more time. 84 plus 1 times 2 divided by 1 equals. Oh my God. You are so fast solving these math problems. Oh, sí. Okay, great job. I can see that some of you are like not so sure, but when the time is up, I'm going to tell you the right answer. Okay, time is up. So let's see. The result is 170. Very good. That's so great. Okay. So and also I could see some of you that you type the complete problem or the whole problem. Okay. Let's see. This is another difficult one. Um, are you ready? Yes. Okay. So 315 minus 159 plus 583 equals, one more time, 315 minus 159 plus 583 equals. Yes, you did it, Luz. I got surprised because of your answers. You are so fast. I want to have that those skills. Okay, time is up. And guess what, Luz? You got the correct result. Very good for the ones who typed 739. Okay, very, very good. I'm going to give you an applause. Okay, excellent. So, right now, for the next activity, I'm going to ask to teacher Gerardo to participate. And also the ones who are watching, also you are going to participate, giving comments. Okay, you are going to type some comments. So for this activity, teacher Gerardo, you are going to turn around, okay? And please be ready are you ready with a piece of paper and a pencil? Yes? Okay,
Yeah,
so
right.
please you turn. You turn. I don't know if someone is going to help me to with the next slide, okay? Because we are going to see if you are good at drawing, okay? So
Ah,
are
okay,
you
right.
ready? But you have to turn. Please, you turn because you don't have to see at the screen. Okay, thank you, teacher. And the
Okay.
others, you are going. I don't know. Are you changing the slide? Okay, thank you. Okay, so you have to turn, and the others, you have to type on the comments what you are observing, but you don't have to be specific. You don't have to be like giving details, like very obvious details. No. Okay. You have to give some clues, and teacher Gerardo is going to draw. Okay. So I want to see your comments, and I'm going to read them aloud in order that teacher Gerardo starts drawing. So please, let's see. You have to tell me what is teacher Gerardo going to draw in the piece of paper. Okay, there are 4 people. Thank you, Gloria.
Okay, so the first one is
Okay, the first clue is that there are 4 people.
4 people. Okay.
Uh-huh. And they are playing.
Okay.
Okay. Some people are running. Okay, here we have another clue. Fidencio says there are 4 people on the field. There are 4 people on the field. Just imagine what they are playing.
Okay, got it.
Okay, a girl is holding a bat.
Is there a girl?
Yes, all of them are girls.
Okay, good. Okay. There.
They have the field is green. Uh-huh. One has a bat and one of them have a glove.
Any of them?
Yes, it doesn't matter.
Okay, good.
Okay, Marta Elena says it's a famous sport in USA.
Oh,
Okay. What else?
what else?
Everybody is dressed in white clothes. They are participating actively. One does something. They are wearing caps. Okay, thank you for that. So they are wearing white clothes and a cap. One of them is ready to catch a ball. Thank you, Antonio.
Clothes?
Clothes. Clothes.
Okay.
Like a uniform. Okay. Also, Alejandra Marin says that it's a famous sport in Cuba too. Okay. I'm not so sure. But thank you for your comments. Okay. Could you give me more details, please? The ones who are participating in the comments. It is also a famous sport in India. One has just struck the ball.
One?
One has just struck the ball. They play with a hard ball. And also all the girls that are playing, they are a team. So I'm going to ask, or I'm going to choose 2 more details just to conclude. Okay, no more comments. I think okay, it says the ball is in the air now. The ball is in the air now.
Okay.
I know that it's hard. Okay, I know. And one of them is ready to catch the ball. Okay. So, right now, teacher Gerardo and teacher David, it's time that you can see the picture and also show us your drawings.
Okay.
Okay. Could you? Okay, that's great. That's so wonderful. Okay, very good. Thank you so much for your participation. And as you can see, you can also adapt or implement this kind of a strategy depending on the topic or what you want to improve into your students. So this is an easy activity, okay? So, and also some of our students are good at drawing, okay? And maybe some of them they have like they don't feel like secure when they have this kind of a strategies. But the point in the classroom management strategy is to make them participate and they feel comfortable with this kind of strategies. Thank you so much for your drawings, teacher David and Gerardo. Okay, so I'm going to give you an applause too. So the next slide, please. Okay, it says the instruction, read and guess the right word. Okay, in this activity, also you have to participate in the comments. You are going to read a clue, okay, and you have to type what is the correct um, word. Okay, I hope to see all of you participating. And for each word, I'm going to give you 1 minute. So please, the next slide. Where water comes out. Where water comes out. Okay, so please, it's time that you type your responses on the chat or in the comments, please. Where water comes out. Okay. Okay, here we have many responses, different. Okay. Almost time is up. Hurry, hurry. Yes, where water comes out. Okay, time is up. So the next slide. Let's see what is the response. The tap. Okay. And also I could see like different responses, and it's okay, okay, because in this way we can improve our vocabulary. Okay. So thank you so much. The next one, please. Baby's bed. I want to see your answers, please. Okay. Okay. Very good. Creep. Okay. Excellent. Creep. Okay. Let's see. Almost time is up. Cuddle. Okay. Creep. Okay, time is up. Let's see. Could you please show the next slide? Okay, so maybe it could be a crave or maybe it could be a cat. Okay, but it's good to see all your answers. Okay. Okay, excellent. And maybe, well, in this case, I could see like different kind of responses. Why? Because many of us we have like different ideas what is or what do we call a baby's bed. Okay, but it's okay. That's so great and wonderful. Let's see the next one, please. Water goes down this when you run the tap. Water goes down this when you run the tap. Let's see what are your answers. What your answers are, sorry. There are synonyms. Yes, of course. Okay. Also, I'm reading different answers. We have the pipe, the sink. Okay, time is up. And let's see the next slide. And some of you answer with this one, the drain. Okay, so it's good. Okay, maybe it's because with this kind of activities also we improve the imagination or yes, because maybe we expect a single answer. Okay, but it's okay when you share different answers, we could see like different also contexts that we have to face. Okay, and that is great. So please, the next one. The green stalk of a plant is called this. Let's see your answers, please. The green the green stalk of a plant is called this. Okay. Let's see, let's see. Oh, that's great. Okay, and let's see. The next slide, please. A stem. Okay, many of you answer. Okay, with this word. Very, very good. So these are, as I said, these are some strategies that I've been implementing with different levels. Okay, so according to their level, I adapt them. Okay, so also you should, or you could implement this activity with a specific topic. As you could see, this was with the purpose of vocabulary. Okay, so depending on your aims, it will be the way how you can apply those strategies. Okay, so thank you for all your comments and your participation. That is something wonderful. So please, the next one. And well, you see, or you could experience that the activities that I apply during my presentation were the brain gym, the one that you have to move your arms, also breathing and stretching. And this is something important. Why? Because I could read some comments that you said or you mentioned. It's important to be relaxed, okay? And also stretching help us to activate our brains, okay? The MC, the mental calculation. I know that maybe most of you work in the um, in a UT, okay? Um, so this will be helpful for your students. So, and also you can apply it if you are checking the numbers with your students. Also, this is a helpful activity to review the numbers, okay? And I try to apply some games in order to catch your attention because right now you were my student, okay, but at the same time you are learning, okay. And I try to use visual content because we have to remember that uh, we have different types of learning. So in my case, in my personal case, I have to mention that I'm kinesthetic. So if I don't move, it's kind of boring. But some of our students, they are more visual, okay? And also you can implement some strategies with listening, and that is so wonderful. And also, I don't know if you realize about this, but I always was telling you you have this time, okay? So also we have to respect the times for each activity that we have planned. Why? Because when I was working with preschoolers or with elementary school students, if you tell them, okay, this is the activity, and you don't mention to them or how much time they have for the activity, okay, they will spend the complete hour or the complete class doing that activity, okay. So and one of you mentioned that we have to establish a part of the classroom management is to establish the rules. So also this is something important that we have to manage. And the participation. So we have to adapt. And as I said, the transition, it was huge during the last months, and we have to adapt. And also, um, we want that our students participate at least in all the activities, right? Or maybe in some activities, some of them they are like, I prefer to be quiet, but in a suitable moment, they will be participating. Okay, so the next slide, please. Also, another extract strategy that you can implement in these times, make positive phone calls. If you have that opportunity, you can make a phone call to your students or send messages to them in order that they feel better. Okay, because we have uh, some days that they are bad, and maybe a message it will be great for us. Also, ask them how they feel, okay, because don't forget, and this is something that I always mention to my students in the university, I'm working with humans, so it's important that I said, okay, or I ask them how they feel. Maybe the most common answer is like, fine, thank you, and you. But if you try something new, they will tell you with honesty, I don't feel good today, or well, I'm not in a good mood. Okay, so ask them how they feel, and also you can choose presentations about what they have learned, or choose a free topic. Uh, Maybe with the purpose of coffee talks, when they have the opportunity to talk about something they want to share, okay, their confidence or their motivation increases. So please, the next slide. And maybe the big question is, when do I have to implement those strategies? Well, there is no This is no, well, yes, it's kind of magic, but there is no like a magic rule that you have to follow. You decide. Maybe it could be your warm up, it could be in the middle of the class, or maybe it could be when you close the class or at the end of the week, okay, in order that they feel better, okay. And also, you will experience that when you see your students motivated, also you feel motivated as a teacher. Okay, so please the next. And the benefits. So the main benefits that we will have if you try to apply these strategies will be the following. Please, the next slide. Okay, so we enhance students' academic, behavioral, social, emotional, and motivational outcomes. Okay, so if they feel motivated, their social skills will be good, and also they will feel in a good mood. Okay, this will increase and their behavior in a good way. Okay, and their academic performance will be better. Okay, so these are the main benefits if you try these strategies. So the next one. And this is my conclusion just to close my presentation. The role of a teacher is not to grade a student and to control, but the main role of the teacher is to help every student reach the highest possible level of achievement. Okay, so this is my conclusion about this presentation, and I hope that you could enjoy it. So it's time for your questions. I don't know if you have questions. Okay, let's see. It says, in this case, I think that it's a complement of an activity. Is it possible to teach vocabulary in an insulated way? Yes, I mean, you have to look for, because another way that I've been using some strategies, okay, it's using my flashcards, not only with PowerPoint presentations, because sometimes we have faced like issues with the internet connection, and I have to look for another ways. Okay, so maybe for some of you it's like, oh, a flashcard. Well, you have to seek the suitable strategies in order to apply. Okay, so if you want, I could share to you some strategies. Okay, what level have you used these slides with? As I said, I use them with since, well, from preschoolers to university level. So I just only to adapt them, okay, according to also their level, because it's not the same level from a preschooler student to the one who are in the university. Okay. So, and also if you want, you can send me an email and I could share to you more strategies, articles in order to improve your online classroom management strategy.
Thank you very much for being part of this conference, Challenges of Net Teaching. Thank you very much. And now let's see the next one. Thank you very much, Miss Eden.
No, thanks to you. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning to all. Thank you for being here. I hope that these topics can be useful for you. I am Alberto Rojas, your host. Our second presentation is brought to us from Talent Network and IPTT Mexico. Please welcome Ingeniero Andrés Farías González with Gestión de modelos híbridos de enseñanza, Administrar el tiempo en épocas virtuales. Ingeniero Andrés Farías counts on studies related to industrial chemistry, engineering by Universidad de las Américas Puebla, as well as master's degree in business with a specialization in strategic planning at Lab 2. He also has a postgraduate in strategic planning at Universidad Argentina de la Empresa. Mr. Farías has had the opportunity to gather experience in 30 years from different fields of study. For example, information technologies, chemistry, services, and automotive industry. His interests are mainly focused on developing competences in the teams he works with, emphasizing in strategic planning, productivity, and time management. Welcome, Mr. Andrés Farías. Adelante, Andrés.
Muchas gracias. Buen día a todos. Voy a compartir la pantalla. Un segundo. Share screen. Ok, buen día a todos. El objetivo general de esta plática es hacer algunas reflexiones sobre los conceptos y el uso del tiempo. El título es ¿Cómo gestionar modelos híbridos de enseñanza? Talent Network como red hemos tenido muchas oportunidades de interactuar con personal, no solamente docente y administrativo de las universidades, pero también con alumnos. Y en general existe una sensación del manejo del tiempo, sobre todo ocasionado por la cuarentena provocada por la pandemia, ha estado haciendo fenómenos de burnout muy, muy fuertes. Nosotros tenemos como misión potenciar las capacidades y las competencias de la gente en el circuito de enseñanza, pero también en aplicaciones prácticas con Internet. Entonces estamos viendo que a través de la disponibilidad de herramientas de la red, pues hemos aumentado la eficiencia en general, pero también la noción del tiempo y la sobresaturación es un issue muy importante que tenemos hoy en día. Básicamente el objetivo general es compartirles algunas reflexiones y técnicas que estamos utilizando con éxito en elementos de enseñanza y aprendizaje de modelos virtuales. Y bueno, ya Alberto nos comentó un poquito la experiencia. He sido maestro durante un montonal de tiempo de mi vida, desde que tengo 18 años. Actualmente soy docente de la Universidad de las Américas, pero también participo en programas de investigación y desarrollo en el Tecnológico Monterrey y en algunas universidades en Sudamérica, en Estados Unidos. Les voy a pedir, por favor, si me ayudan a entrar a esta aplicación que se llama menti.com. Voy a lanzarles una encuesta. Les pido, por favor, que entren en su celular, en su aplicación a www.menti.com, si está en la computadora. Y yo lo voy a hacer también. Cuando entren a la computadora, por favor, es menti.com. Yo lo estoy haciendo al mismo tiempo que ustedes. Contesten, por favor, una pequeña encuesta. Van a tener tres. Primero les va a pedir el número. Pueden hacerlo ahí. Es el 38 79 25. Y cuando entren ahí, 38 79 25 1. Cuando entren ahí van a tener oportunidad de contestar 3 preguntas. Entonces, lo primero es, ¿qué representa para ti el tiempo? Por favor, si me ayudan a hacer la encuesta. Tenemos ya un participante. Es familia, recursos, me imagino que quisieron decir valor. Les comento, entren, ya sea en su celular, planificación, perfecto, productividad, familia, logros, está muy bien. Tenemos dos participantes, muchas gracias. Experiencias, recursos, familia, muy bien. Productividad, algo valioso, estoy de acuerdo. Familia, se repite. Esperanza, valor, esperanza se repite. Esperanza está muy padre, tiene que ver con previsión de futuro. Vida, vida es algo interesante. Vida como parte del vivir la vida, de aprovechar inclusive el momento. Experiencias, muy bien. Oportunidad, perfecto. Recursos. Valor, valor se está repitiendo. Fíjense las dos palabras que tienen mayor. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Esta encuesta y todos los materiales que vamos a ver los pongo a disponibilidad de ustedes a través de la UTBIS. Yo he puesto en mi nombre mi teléfono WhatsApp. Si alguien está interesado en que le pase estos materiales en PowerPoint y la encuesta, pues con mucho gusto. Fíjense que se está repitiendo por aprendizaje, productividad, vida, valor, familia, con mayor frecuencia. Sí, somos casi medio centenar de personas. Muchas gracias por su participación. Es una encuesta que repetidamente hacemos en los cursos y fundamentalmente se centra en eso, en familia, en productividad, en aprendizaje, en vida, vida como tal. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Voy a dejar la encuesta para que la continuemos trabajando. Ha sido una experiencia muy, muy vívida el hecho de que pongan vida, porque lo que vamos a hablar es precisamente de tu vida como docente, tu vida como alumno. Voy a pasar a la segunda, digamos, pregunta. ¿Cómo te sientes que estás administrando el tiempo actualmente? Es la misma encuesta, no necesitan hacer nada, ahí tienen que, muy bien, son 4, varios bien, varios eficientemente. Hay alguien que dice mal puede ser, me gustaría mejorar, no necesariamente que está bien. En las encuestas que estamos haciendo con alumnos, yo acabo de terminar una encuesta con cerca de 600 chicos, están entre pésimo y mal. O sea, los chicos sí tienen un tema, un issue de que el que no estemos presencialmente, no solamente los chicos, también en el trabajo, lo que está ocasionando es que los jefes están dejando demasiadas tareas, muchas tareas para comprobar que estemos, digamos, trabajando. Pero por lo que veo, el grupo es un grupo que tiende a sentirse razonablemente bien. Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer es dar algunos toques de cómo puedes aumentar la productividad de tu trabajo. No le estoy preguntando trabajo, sino es el tiempo. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Somos 76 participantes en la encuesta. Muchas gracias. A las personas que se sienten pésimo o eficientemente la plática, lo que se trata es de darles herramientas para que puedan compartir. Si tú ya lo estás haciendo bien, que lo puedas compartir con más personas o que te sirvan a ti. Déjame hacer una tercera pregunta. Y es, ¿qué esperas en este webinar? Basado en el título que es Administración de modelos híbridos, ¿qué esperas de este webinar? Pues que haya tips, que sea entretenido, que se compartan conocimientos, consejos, que haya algunas sugerencias, perfecto, que me pueda adaptar. Innovación, estoy de acuerdo. Que chequemos las tendencias. Fíjense que algunas tendencias que vamos a ver ahora, me gustó mucho esa opinión. Tienen que ver también con cosas que tienen ya bastantes años, pero que se están adaptando a la nueva realidad, digamos, virtual. Muy bien, aprendizaje, que tengamos algunos tips, desafortunadamente tenemos poco tiempo para conversar, entonces muchos de los conceptos los voy a mencionar, pero les voy a dejar ahí una bibliografía donde les sugiero cómo profundizar en algunas de estas técnicas. Muchas gracias, 51. Fíjense que se está repitiendo aprendizaje, se está claro, como un proceso de adquirir nuevo conocimiento, pero desde el punto de vista de cómo aprenderlo, no necesariamente una receta de cocina, es lo que yo no les vengo a traer, digamos, algo infalible. Muchas gracias. Somos cerca de 70 y tantas personas que estamos participando y les agradezco mucho su participación. Uno de los grupos más activos que he visto, digamos, y que se adapta rápidamente a la tecnología. Esto que estamos haciendo es un ejercicio tecnológico. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Estas herramientas pues, las puedes aplicar en el salón para ver cómo se siente el salón. Yo las utilizo mucho con inteligencia emocional, que no vamos a hablar hoy de eso, para ver cómo se están sintiendo mis alumnos. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Vamos a estar concentrándonos en tips, aprendizaje. Vamos a dejar la encuesta en este momento ahí. Voy a regresar a nuestra presentación como hilo conductor. Déjame quito esto de aquí. Ok, entonces, basados en que vamos a aprender, les quiero dejar una primera reflexión. No todo lo que yo les muestre acá es verdad, no todo es un sello de que va a funcionar. Lo que quiero es incitar, o digamos, un debate primero contigo mismo, en el que hagamos ciertas reflexiones y que nos permitan encontrar cada vez más verdades diferentes, pero esas verdades que apliquen y que te ayuden en tu devenir como docente. Bueno, los objetivos específicos son conocer las principales características del tiempo, cómo se compone, las herramientas prácticas de programación, cómo yo entiendo, basado en los autores, cómo puedes programar tu tiempo, y algunas habilidades que considero que son importantes, con tips muy concretos de cómo puedes utilizar tu tiempo. Voy a tocar 5 temas contigo. Es el tiempo, cómo funciona como recurso. La primera mitad del método Covey, que habla acerca de cómo te administras la victoria personal. Sí voy a mencionar la segunda mitad y el último paso de los hábitos que Covey marca como fundamentales para las personas exitosas. Vamos a hablar un poquito acerca de los ladrones del tiempo, algunos hábitos gerenciales que yo te promuevo y cómo puedes darle seguimiento al tema de administración del tiempo, sobre todo en modelos, digamos, virtuales. Empecemos. Vamos a hablar del modelo como un recurso. Todos tenemos el mismo tiempo y el tiempo en realidad, como ya lo vimos en la encuesta, está reflejado y es vida. La vida es lo que te está pasando minuto a minuto, pero todo mundo tenemos que gestionar y administrar el tiempo. Recordemos un poquito el proceso administrativo que tiene que ver con cómo planeas tu tiempo, cómo lo organizas y ya cada una de las actividades, cómo la direccionas y cómo la controlas. Es decir, dentro del proceso administrativo, todo el tiempo estás hablando de recursos, pero el principal recurso que haces cuando haces tu planeación y la ejecución tiene que ver con el tiempo. Y eso, a la hora de ejecutar, es cuando tú ya empiezas a asignar tareas y las tareas empiezan a generar una serie de resultados que pueden ser reportes o outcomes o resultados que tienen que ver con cada uno de los procesos que manejas. En educación, nosotros tenemos varios outcomes que están concentrados en que el alumno pues desarrolle sus competencias, ¿no? Hay 2 de las fases del proceso de planeación donde la gestión pues es súper importante, que ya es cuando te pones a hacer las cosas y cuando controlas las cosas. En esos 2 sectores hay un concepto que es bien importante considerar, que es la eficacia y la eficiencia. Este es un curso que habla acerca de eficiencia, pero no tiene que olvidarse la eficacia. La eficacia es lograr el objetivo 100%. Pero la eficiencia es lograr el objetivo específicamente considerando los recursos, que casi todos los recursos pues van a devenir en el uso de esos recursos, ya sea que tengas recursos materiales, software o inclusive recursos humanos, que también tú puedas utilizar esos recursos va a hacer que, aun cuando logres el objetivo, ese objetivo sea eficiente o no. ¿Por qué para mí es bien importante hoy venir a platicarte de esto? Porque muchas de las ocasiones el docente tradicional y el trabajador mexicano es un trabajador que trabaja un montón. Porque mucha gente que está fuera del circuito piensa que los maestros solamente trabajan las 3 horas que dan clase, las 4 horas que dan clase, y no tienen conciencia todo el tiempo que los docentes nos la pasamos preparando material y todo el tiempo que ex post clase hacemos calificando tareas, etcétera. Entonces, hay un montón de trabajo que te llevas a casa y si no sabes administrarlo con eficiencia, ese trabajo, que aun cuando sea un placer ser docente, puede interferir en tus objetivos personales. Y entonces, en algunos casos, puede llegar un momento de estrés tan grande que si a eso le agregas fenómenos de planeación y burocracia, pues va a representar un burnout muy fuerte. Les hago una pregunta, chicos, platíquenme en su organización. ¿Cómo ven esta oficina? ¿La ven organizada o no la ven organizada? ¿Para ustedes está organizada o no está organizada? Déjenme ver si yo puedo poner un segundito, porque no veo su... Alberto, ¿podemos hacer diferente que si tú puedes compartir la presentación? Ah, no, ya vi cómo. Me voy a meter a mi celular para poder ver las preguntas. Pero, por lo mientras, voy a darle escape para ver si veo sus respuestas. Ahí está. Alberto, ¿podríamos hacer? Claro, acá estoy viendo no, dice desorganizada, hay un montón de estrés ahí. Sí, tal cual, sí, tal cual. Déjeme poner Andrés 2. Listo. Uy. Perdonen ustedes. Como estoy entrando con mi celular, el audífono de mi celular interfiere. Perfecto. Ok, ya puedo ver acá sus comentarios. Disculpen ustedes, coincido con ustedes, no es una organización que presente una percepción, no es una oficina que presente una percepción de organizada. Yo conozco esta oficina, pero cuando fui a preguntarle a la gente, en realidad me dijeron, ¿y conocen ellos dónde se encuentran cada uno de las cosas? Es decir, para ellos sí tiene una organización. Pero, por ejemplo, yo les preguntaba, ¿dónde tienes esto? Y efectivamente me lo mostraba muy rápidamente. El problema que yo tenía es que cuando yo les decía déjame ver si yo puedo encontrar esto, yo no lo encontraba. Entonces, la organización es un tema muy personal. Generalmente, todos nosotros, el problema que vemos, y a mí me gustó un comentario que hizo algún maestro, alguna maestra, es que el problema que tenemos es que esta organización no solamente debería ser para nosotros, sino cómo interactuamos con los demás. Y coincido con la maestra Alejandra, es una oficina que da un estrés y visualmente está muy saturada. Pues de eso es lo que vamos a hablar a continuación. Todos nosotros tenemos exactamente el mismo tiempo. La persona más exitosa que tú puedas tener en la mente, sea tu rol de modelo que estás siguiendo, ha tenido exactamente el mismo tiempo que tú. La diferencia es cómo utilizamos ese tiempo. Básicamente, las principales razones por las cuales debemos organizar el estrés y luchar contra estos pequeños monitos que yo les llamo los ladrones del tiempo, tiene que ver con optimizar y tener la iniciativa para reducir la ansiedad y reducir el estrés. El estrés es bueno mientras sea creativo, pero el estrés innecesario lo que te va a producir son químicos relacionados con cortisoides. Y el cortisol lo que te va a provocar es que el hipotálamo, la hipófisis y tus glándulas suprarrenales empiezan a generar químicos que se vuelven un desastre y se empiezan a autorregular y bajan un montonal de los causadores del estrés, entonces del placer. Y entonces lo que te va a provocar es ansiedad o depresión. Y esos son problemas inclusive mortales. Hay elementos claves que tenemos que tener en cuenta para el manejo, digamos, del tiempo. Son 4. El conocimiento de nuestros objetivos, es decir, qué queremos lograr. El autoconocimiento y el autocontrol de nosotros mismos. Vieron que la Organización Mundial de la Salud declara 10 habilidades fundamentales para que mentalmente seas feliz. Las 2 primeras que siempre les voy a recomendar son el autoconocimiento y el autocontrol. El tercer elemento clave son los elementos externos y el cuarto es qué tecnología tenemos disponible para poder controlar estos temas. Vamos a ver ahora ¿Cuáles son los factores de fracaso? Básicamente son los hábitos que tenemos, cómo nosotros hemos venido manejando el tiempo desde que somos pequeñitos, la incertidumbre de cómo y cuándo debo de empezar, y pues ya sabemos cómo funciona el día a día. Y todo esto se reduce en que los impactos que vamos teniendo merman nuestra voluntad para poder administrar. Y entonces estamos en la cuerda floja y no sabemos dónde ir, sobre todo cuando nos saturamos de objetivos y de actividades, pues tendemos al fracaso. Es importante para mí promocionar, y he estado hablando mucho sobre este tema últimamente, porque el desarrollo personal de tu trabajo y el ocio tiene que tener un balance. Para que tú mentalmente estés saludable, pues tienes que manejar un montón de cosas, pero primero cuidarte a ti mismo. Vieron que en el avión, cuando te avisan que cuando va a haber una turbulencia van a salir unas mascarillas, y que si estás junto de un niño, primero te la pongas a ti. Eso tiene lógica, porque la idea es que pues, no te desmayes primero tú para que puedas ayudar a los demás. En esto es exactamente igual. Si tú no estás sano, si tú no estás bien, esa parte la vas a transmitir a tus 30, 60 alumnos, y entonces vas a provocar una escalada donde todo esto es una espiral negativa. Entonces, los métodos y las técnicas que te voy a mencionar, pues son cosas que a mí me sirven y que he comprobado que nos sirven en general. Son pocas, pero hay un montón. Ya me estuvieron escribiendo algunos WhatsApp, muchas gracias, y con gusto les comparto toda la información. Pero sí les quiero decir que esta metodología tiene que tener una aplicación personal. Vamos a hablar de un libro que yo les recomiendo que lean. Es importante que lean. Hay muchos artículos y podcasts y videos. Afortunadamente YouTube, para alguien que tuviera problemas con la lectura, sobre todo con los chicos, yo les paso videos. Hoy vamos a hacer una dinámica aquí con algún voluntario que me ayude, pero fundamentalmente es la lectura, que tiene que ver con los hábitos. Recuerden que los hábitos, ustedes los conocen muy bien, son los conocimientos, las capacidades y los deseos que tiene una persona para hacer algo. El cómo se hace, el que tenga las habilidades y el deseo. Acá lo que les quiero decir es que los hábitos sí son conductuales, tienen que ver con algo de conducta, que tiene que ver con el deseo, pero no son un tema de herencia. Los hábitos sí pueden aprenderse. Entonces, todo esto que vamos a hablar sí se puede desarrollar. Por más que ustedes vean un alumno, un compañero, o ustedes mismos que dicen, oye, es que me cuesta mucho trabajo evitar la procrastinación, o cualquiera de los elementos negativos de la administración de tiempo, la buena noticia es que se pueden aprender. La metodología base que vamos a seguir tiene que ver con este libro, que son los 7 hábitos de la gente altamente efectiva. Es un libro que todas las universidades debemos de tenerlo, y si puedes, yo te recomiendo que lo compres. Cualquier persona que esté interesada, yo les puedo pasar la liga donde pueden conseguirlo, y se basa en este modelo. Este modelo tiene 3 fases de evolución del ser humano. La primera fase, y Covey lo que dice es que todos nosotros empezamos en un modelo de dependencia. Es decir, un bebito, si no le da de comer sus papás o algún encargado del bebé, el bebé muere. Si no lo arropan, si no lo cambian, si no lo bañan. La posibilidad que un bebé se autodesarrolle es 0. Es decir, el bebé es una persona dependiente. El problema que tenemos en general es que en la vida hay un montón de personas que tenemos dependencias nivel bebé, y muchos de los casos los alumnos, aún en el ambiente universitario y postuniversitario, tienen altos grados de dependencia. La dependencia es dejar que otro administre la vida de uno. ¿Por qué es importante para nosotros ser dependientes? Pues porque es más fácil. Es muchísimo más fácil echarle la culpa o recargar la responsabilidad de volver a uno feliz a otras personas. Entonces, el primer grupo de hábitos que promueve Covey es volvernos de la dependencia a la independencia. Por ejemplo, el movimiento femenino está en un tránsito de la dependencia a la independencia, igual que nuestros jóvenes educandos, la gente que estamos dando capacitación, todos nosotros que estamos en el circuito universitario, son chicos que quieren una independencia. Por eso, inclusive, ese carácter, cuando nosotros éramos jóvenes, y algunos que seguimos siendo jóvenes de espíritu, nos rebelamos ante la autoridad. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que queremos ser es independiente. Y eso se le llama una victoria privada. Son 3 hábitos que ahorita vamos a comentar. Lo que quisiera comentar ahora serían estos 3 hábitos que nos llevan de la independencia, que es yo ya no te necesito. Covey lo que nos dice es, ya aprendí a que yo voy a asumir mi responsabilidad, pero también aprendí que trabajar en equipo es una buena idea, porque mis competencias las puedo complementar con competencias de mis compañeros, y entonces yo llego a aprender a ser de la independencia a ser interdependiente. Y esa interdependencia se le llama una victoria pública y tiene 3 hábitos fundamentales: pensar en ganar, ganar, que eso ya lo hemos escuchado muchas veces; buscar primero entender para ser entendido. Yo les platico siempre a la gente de la escuela de negocios, yo doy clases en la escuela de negocios, que nadie hace negocios con personas que no entienda, conozca y confíe. Y las personas que uno confía son personas que tienen una buena conversación en la cual pues estamos, digamos, interactuando positivamente. Y la 6ª tiene que ver con eso, de crear el hecho de que 2 más 2 puedan ser 5, que es la sinergia. Esa es la victoria pública. Hay un 7º hábito que les quiero mencionar, que es afilar la sierra. ¿Qué es lo que estamos haciendo ahorita? Yo veo 70 profesores preocupados y ocupados en desarrollar competencias para poder afilar su sierra. Bien, vamos a concentrarnos en los 3 primeros que tienen que ver con el método de ser, digamos, mejor administrado uno mismo. Nuestro comportamiento es el resultado de nuestras decisiones, es decir, cada una de nuestras acciones tiene que ver con el resultado, es decir, a nosotros nos piden un resultado y ese resultado está basado en lo que nosotros hicimos y lo que nosotros hicimos está basado en las decisiones. Las decisiones, Brackett en este momento está hablando sobre inteligencia emocional, usted está en el tema de los metamomentos, que es un momento en el cual nosotros tenemos este estímulo, tenemos este sentimiento, lo traducimos con nuestra experiencia a un pensamiento y ese pensamiento nos va a orillar a una decisión. Esa decisión está íntimamente relacionada entonces en cómo nos sentimos. Si nosotros nos sentimos bien, vamos a tomar buenas decisiones. Si nos sentimos mal, lo más lógico es que tomemos decisiones malas. A mí me pasa, no sé ustedes, pero a mí me pasa que de repente, cuando tengo un problema, generalmente viene acompañado de otros más problemas. Y eso es porque uno se mete en una dinámica negativa en la cual empieza a tomar malas decisiones y si no hace un alto en el camino, pues entonces esas decisiones empiezan a impactar en un efecto dominó. Y todo eso tiene que ver basado en qué son las cosas que yo valoro. Muchas veces, si yo no estoy alineado en mis valores, empiezo a tener conflictos y empiezo a tener actitudes que no están relacionadas a mi forma de ser. Recuerden que una cosa es las características que tiene cada ser humano, es decir, la personalidad, por ejemplo, de los alumnos, es una. Pero el cómo se sienten y cómo relacionen a nosotros como maestros y a su entorno, esa personalidad se va a combinar con la forma de ser del maestro y va a provocar esa actitud. Es decir, nosotros como maestros muchas veces provocamos la actitud. No siempre el maestro provoca la actitud, pero en la gran mayoría del tiempo sí. Y eso está relacionado con si los valores que tenemos ambos chocan o no. El tema es que nosotros como profesores lo que queremos es inculcar valores que probablemente el chico no tiene. Y ahí es donde tenemos que ser proactivos. Para lograr eso, primero debemos conocer quiénes somos para poder transformarnos. Y en ese sentido, Covey lo que dice es algo muy simple. Primero tienes que reconocer que el que está escribiendo tu libro personal eres tú. Y tú eres la persona que puedes cambiar. Es una medicina difícil de tragar, en el sentido de que muchas veces me dicen, oye, que tengo un montón de problemas con la administración de tiempo, me siento completamente rebasado y tengo mucho estrés. Y cuando empezamos a dar el coaching ya personal, one-to-one, el hecho de tomar la medicina de estás así por tu culpa, que eso es lo que se tiene que decir, es una medicina difícil de tragar, pero inmediatamente lo que hay que decir, que el que te puede sacar de ese atolladero eres tú mismo. ¿Cómo lo puedes hacer? Primero, y ese es el segundo consejo que tenemos del método Covey, es comenzar con el fin en mente. ¿Qué significa comenzar con el fin en mente? Algunos de ustedes viendo esta imagen, que es un niño en un pueblito oaxaqueño, que su mamá le está diciendo, ¿de dónde vienes, Benito Pablo? ¿Alguien me podría decir quién supone que es este Benito Pablo? es un pueblito, una casa, una chocita, una casa de tierra, etcétera. Me pueden escribir en el chat si adivinan con esa imagen quién es este Benito Pablo. A ver, déjame ver porque no los veo. Hola. Ah, exacto. Gracias, Graciela. Perdón, pensé que los había perdido. Efectivamente, es Benito Juárez. A mí me gusta mucho con los chicos reflexionar esta metáfora, porque si Benito Juárez se hubiera puesto a analizar y a hacer un FODA en sus condiciones de estar en una choza, en un pueblito en Oaxaca, en la sierra, probablemente él no hubiera llegado a ser presidente. Y entonces, la primera metodología que enseñamos a los chicos, a los maestros, sobre todo los maestros jóvenes, es a que empieces con tus objetivos. Tus objetivos son los que deben de iniciar tu plan estratégico, no tus circunstancias. Cualquier circunstancia la puedes sobrevivir si te rodeas de las personas adecuadas, los conocimientos adecuados y los recursos adecuados, pero sobre todo si tienes la voluntad adecuada. Entonces, lo primero que tenemos que reconocer es que nosotros tenemos varias dimensiones. Para ser exactos, 8. Puede haber, dependiendo de los modelos, las dimensiones que ustedes quieran. Entonces, tenemos que tener objetivos muy claros en cada una de estas dimensiones, no solamente en el tema profesional, porque debemos de, recuerden, construir, digamos, a 360 nuestra competencia de educadores. Vamos a utilizar nuevamente el Menti. Les voy a lanzar otra encuesta para conocer cuáles son los valores o las, digamos, las... ok. Como ven, estoy utilizando Mentimeter, son encuestas. Todas esas encuestas son las que hacemos, digamos, en los cursos. Obviamente la de su curso la voy a compartir con mucho gusto. Les pido, por favor, que entren otra vez a Mentimeter, pero ahora vamos a cambiar de encuesta, por favor. Menti.com y la encuesta es con el número 62 52 11 1. Es igual. ¿Cuáles son sus prioridades? Es la pregunta. Entonces, si me hacen favor de entrar a la encuesta, ok, ya una persona entró y me está poniendo 3 prioridades. Le está pidiendo 3 prioridades. Vamos a ver en el grupo cuáles son las prioridades que tenemos como grupo. Familia, salud. Salud ya hay 2 personas que coincidieron con salud, experiencias. Ejercer como docente. El trabajo también es importante. Perfecto. Familia, trabajo, se está repitiendo. Ya hay 4 personas. Ejercer como docente, está bien. Experiencias, trabajo, familia está siendo interesante. Voy a anotar aquí, familia, salud, es otra que es trabajo. Muy bien. Muy bien, muy bien. Familia, salud, trabajo, aprender. Es lógico porque aprender, pues estamos en el negocio, digamos, en el área de oportunidad, en la aventura de aprender, que todos compartimos, creo que esa familia, salud, trabajo, familia. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Familia. Me gustó que alguien puso yo. Ese es algo, me gustó. De hecho, ya varios han puesto yo sigue siendo más grande y esa es una muy buena actitud. Va cambiando el color por el tamaño y el tipo, digamos, de apreciación. Sí, se repiten esos 3, salud, familia, trabajo. Me da gusto que en general hay ocasiones que me ponen dinero, recursos, pero yo lo que estoy viendo es que la traducción de dinero la podemos ver a bienestar, trabajo, Amigos me gustó también, los amigos en nuestro círculo de amigos. Ok, somos 72. Entonces voy a poner familia, salud, trabajo, amigos, ayudar me gustó mucho. Ayudar. Vamos a hacer una actividad un poquito más adelante y por eso para mí es importante, digamos, de tenerla ahí. Bueno, vamos a continuar. Muchísimas gracias por su participación. El estrés tiene que ver con precisamente esto que dice Covey, que es buscar el objetivo. Él dice que la fórmula en nuestro libro de textos es El hombre en busca del sentido de Viktor Frankl. Ustedes lo conocen, es el creador de la logoterapia. Él dice que la desesperanza es una fórmula matemática que la vida te va a estar mandando estrés o te va a estar mandando estímulos que te van a generar desesperanza. La desesperanza está íntimamente relacionada con el estrés. Más estrés, más desesperanza. La desesperanza te puede provocar fenómenos muy graves, como la angustia, es preocuparse por lo que todavía no sucede, o inclusive preocuparte por lo que sucedió. La depresión, ese asunto gris. Estas dos son graves porque pueden provocar y pueden llegar a promover el suicidio. Tenemos que estar bien atentos con nuestros chicos y con nosotros mismos, nuestros compañeros, sobre cómo reducir el estrés. Pero la fórmula que él descubrió, recuerden que él entra al campo de concentración a Maastricht con dos objetivos, sobrevivir y aprender algo. Y lo que aprende es que toda la gente que sobrevivía a cualquier circunstancia, inclusive estar en un campo de concentración, es tener un propósito de vida, es saber cuál es nuestro propósito de vida. Este propósito de vida está relacionado con mis prioridades. Si ustedes pudieran ayudarme, no les voy a pedir nada que me lo envíen, pero si ustedes pudieran tener y poner, parecido a lo que acabamos de hacer en el MITI, el punto número 1, el punto número 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, de todos estos como valores, como cosas que valoramos, en casa, yo les voy a compartir lo que yo hice. Yo puse como número 1 la familia, la salud, la apariencia, etcétera. Pero después hice un trabajo en la tablita que les había mostrado de cuánto tiempo dedico de mi día a esas actividades. Y fueron así. El trabajo estoy 8 o más horas, dormir estoy 8 o menos horas, y entre un poquito de traslados y hábitos de salud y los estudios estoy otras 6 horas. Y a mi familia, top, durante el día le dedico 1 hora. Es decir, de las 24 horas del día, a mi prioridad número 1, que fue muy parecida a lo que vimos en la encuesta, le dedico la número 1. Basado en el tiempo que le dedico, en realidad el trabajo es mi prioridad número 1 y dormir es la número 2. Y muchas veces esto que les estoy mostrando representa una no alineación, y cuando empiezas a trabajar, empiezas a frustrarte porque todo está equivocado. Yo no digo que por ejemplo, vean, en mi caso, familia, le dedico el 6º lugar del tiempo. Pero eso entonces, lo que yo me di cuenta es que si bien no están alineados en la cantidad de tiempo, lo que tengo que hacer es alinear la calidad. Para poder alinear la calidad, entonces tengo que hacer las tareas que más valor agreguen a mi familia y no desperdiciar tiempo. Y por eso es que yo vengo, digamos, a darte algunos consejos. El primer consejo es: organiza tus actividades. Decide respecto a lo importante y lo urgente, ¿qué podemos hacer? Hay una regla de 2 minutos que yo utilizo mucho, de que si es urgente e importante y lo puedes hacer en menos de 2 minutos, hazlo en ese momento. Hazlo, no lo procrastines. Yo ya me di cuenta que si en 2 minutos no hago un pendiente y no lo programo con una fecha y día específico para el futuro, muy probablemente no lo hago. La segunda es, si no es importante y no es urgente, no lo hagas. Sobre todo cuando estás dedicándole tiempo a tu familia, a un montón de cosas que no puedes estar mucho tiempo dedicado ahí, pero también en el trabajo, ¿eh? Hay otras matrices que también son interesantes, que es un reto a planificar, que tiene que ver con, por ejemplo, Stephen Covey en el libro te marca cómo es que el estrés te empieza a provocar, de si es importante y si es urgente, normalmente te vas a estresar y quemar, o también puedes tener no importancia y no tiempo, haces esa actividad y te vas a sentir frustrado. La visión de equilibrio está en estos 2 cuadrantes. ¿Cómo puedes trabajar en estos 2 cuadrantes? Déjame, les platico como prioridades. Por ejemplo, si es urgente y si es importante y todo el tiempo estás viviendo en esto, pues vas a estar en estrés, en pánico, juego cruzado, etc. Lo ideal es que puedas tener prevención. Este es el mejor cuadrante en el que tienes que hacer. Para moverse, ya en el coaching quedamos 1-1, para moverse de aquí a acá, necesitas ayuda. Si necesitas levantar la mano y que alguien pueda venir a ayudarte para dividir el trabajo y empezar a que lo importante no sea necesariamente urgente. No lo vas a lograr, siempre vamos a tener circunstancias de urgencia y ahora te vengo a dar algunos tips. Por eso es importante que clasifiques tus tareas en las más importantes, las menos importantes y las menos importantes aún, y puedas seguir una técnica de Pareto. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que potenciar? Objetivos inteligentes, las prioridades y las responsabilidades, pero sobre todo, no crear situaciones imposibles. Es decir, que sepas cómo comprometerte. Ahora, les estoy diciendo qué es. Les voy a platicar algunos cómo. Primero, define prioridades y haz tu tarea de prioridades en tu agenda. ¿Cómo puedes evitar las distracciones? Pues ahora les voy a dar algunos tips de procrastinación. La propuesta de organización que les traigo es poner los objetivos. Miren, la primera actividad que quiero hacer con ustedes muy rápidamente, déjenme voy a dejar de compartir la pantalla y voy a hacer un pequeño ejercicio, para lo cual necesito ver si me pueden acompañar en este ejercicio. Voy a poner acá 8 piedras muy rápidamente. Sí alcanzan a ver mi escritorio, ¿verdad? Déjenme, voy a bajar la computadora y les voy a poner aquí 8 piedras. Una primera piedra se llama trabajo. Acá voy a poner familia. Acá voy a poner una piedra muy importante, salud. Salud de salud, no de salud de alcohol. Acá voy a poner un proyecto que me acaban de invitar, muy importante, y eso me va a desarrollar. Acá voy a poner mi título de la maestría, mi título del doctorado. Aquí voy a poner mis hijos, si no los tengo, tenerlos, y si no, cuidarlos. Aquí voy a poner un viaje, ahora que termine la cuarentena voy a salir de viaje. Y la última piedra voy a poner yo, que me gustó mucho. Lo que estoy haciendo es traducir las piedras los valores que vimos. Ahora les voy a mostrar aquí una agenda. Esta es mi agenda semanal o mensual. Yo lo que normalmente hago con esta agenda, esta tierrita, este polvito, son todos y cada uno de los elementos que me suceden. El pago de las cuentas y mi agenda, el lunes que empieza nuevita, durante la semana se vuelve esto, tal cual. Se vuelve un desastre porque la mitad de mi agenda me la paso resolviendo problemas, digamos, del día a día. Entonces, yo les pido por favor acá en el chat que me platiquen qué piedras pongo aquí adentro. Por ejemplo, el trabajo. Yo puedo poner el trabajo. ¿Qué otra piedra puedo poner? Puedo poner un proyecto, porque este proyecto me puede dar un ingreso extraordinario, que decido ponerlo. También yo quiero mucho a mis hijos, los voy a poner en mi agenda. Y la familia, también la familia. El único problema, no sé si están viendo qué sucede. Mi salud. El problema es que la salud ya no la atiendo completa. Una parte de la salud queda fuera. El título, pues ya lo dejaré para el siguiente periodo. Y el viaje, pues ¿a qué horas hago el viaje? El viaje, pues ya no lo voy a poder hacer. Y yo me pongo al final. Me deterioro mi salud. ¿Alguien me puede decir un diferente paradigma? ¿Qué es lo que puedo hacer en lugar de hacer esto que acaba de suceder? ¿Alguien podría escribirlo? ¿O alguien se anima a abrir su micrófono y decirme qué otra cosa yo pudiera hacer? ¿Qué pudiera hacer si yo tengo una nueva semana aquí para poder resolver este dilema? Pues yo les propongo el siguiente paradigma. El siguiente paradigma es lo que me acaban de decir. Yo primero, pero yo primero significa yo primero literal. Voy a poner la piedra que se llama yo primero. Esto me va a permitir poner aquí en mi agenda mi viaje. Oye, mi título es bien importante, ya me lo están pidiendo. Voy a poner después la familia. Entonces, después la familia, la salud, mis hijos van a poder estar aquí. Mi trabajo lo voy a poder cuidar y voy a poder hacer el proyecto. Si se fijan, y yo acomodo lo mejor que pueda, pues entonces ya las cosas importantes quedan en mi semana. Ahora vamos a ver si todos estos problemas que día a día me piden mis alumnos, mis jefes, el gobierno, las circunstancias, la salud, la vida en general, ¿qué sucede si yo primero pongo las cosas importantes? Pues no sé si ya lo están viendo. Esto por supuesto que es una metáfora, pero les aseguro que así funciona. Pues entonces, lo que va a suceder es que si yo pongo primero lo primero, se va a acomodar todo. Y aunque queden cosas por encima, ¿qué importa? Esos no importan. Entonces, con esta metáfora, pues quiero compartir el siguiente consejo o hacer un énfasis en el consejo. Ahora sí les voy a compartir la pantalla. Compartir. Ahí está un video donde pueden ver este ejercicio. Pero primero hay que poner lo primero. Yo tengo aquí una serie de elementos en los cuales en amarillo estoy poniendo la planeación, en rojo estoy poniendo las piedras, que son mi proyecto, la maestría, en azulito estoy poniendo la familia, mis hijos, en rosa mi esposa, le dedico tiempo los viernes, los domingos, el sábado mi salud, en el azul los amigos. Si se fijan, lo que estoy haciendo, es definir mi semana poniendo primero las piedras y luego a dejar espacios vacíos para que se llenen de cosas que no son trascendentales, pero son tácticas y las tengo que hacer. No sé si me explico en esta metáfora. En ese sentido, les quiero compartir dos herramientas interesantes. La primera herramienta, y me gusta compartirla así, se llama Online Stopwatch. Online Stopwatch es un cronómetro. Yo lo utilizo en mis clases, sobre todo cuando les pido a los alumnos que hagan tareas que tienen un límite del tiempo, se los pongo en la pantalla. Y entonces esperemos nada más que carga. Yo aquí les puedo poner en la pantalla completa, si tienen 10 minutos para leer un artículo y hacer un ensayo, pues les pongo aquí el cronómetro, 10 minutos, y se los arranco. Y no les doy ni un minuto más. Con eso quiero promover que se programen y que definan tiempos. Esto a mí me funciona también cuando tengo reuniones. Cuando tengo reuniones me dicen, oye, ¿podemos platicar 15 minutos? Sí, pero pongo los 15 minutos y los pongo en mi escritorio para que vean exactamente cuánto tiempo es el que tienen que utilizar. Y cuando terminan los 15 minutos, yo le puedo dedicar tiempo a otra persona o a otra tarea. Quiero compartirles una segunda herramienta que utilizo mucho, sobre todo con los chicos, que se llama Tomato Timer. El Tomato Timer se basa en una metodología de este autor que es cocinero, y él se da cuenta que nuestros periodos de productividad están divididos en periodos de 25 minutos. 25 minutos es el tiempo en que tu clase tienes que cambiar el estímulo. Perdonen, acá yo he estado tratando de cambiar el estímulo para que no se me duerman. Entonces tú empiezas una actividad en tu escritorio, en cualquier lugar, y te tomas 25 minutos. Si tu actividad la terminas antes que los 25 minutos, se recomienda tomar un recreo. Esto para redes sociales me ha funcionado súper bien, porque la ansiedad de estar conectado y el sentido de preferencia de los chicos los hace que se metan al Twitter y todo eso. Entonces yo sí les dejo que se metan cuando estamos haciendo trabajos, o sobre todo para temas de coaching de titulación que hacemos con maestros, pero con cualquiera. Trabajamos 25 minutos y 5 minutos nos tomamos un recreo. Es decir, en lugar de pelear contra el recreo, promovemos el recreo. Yo les digo a los chicos que organicemos, digamos, un tema que lo hagamos organizado. Déjenme, además de estos dos consejos y estos tres consejos que les doy, les platicaba, les traigo muchos consejos, pero básicamente el tema de organización. Quiero hablar un poquito acerca de los ladrones del tiempo, que tiene que ver con las visitas inoportunas, que yo les cronometro las visitas, las llamadas entrantes, que yo no contesto llamadas, utilizo ya mucho WhatsApp y no contesto llamadas online, lo hago solamente 3 veces por día, pero a través del WhatsApp estoy en contacto y ya la gente sabe que si no le contesto me voy a reportar, pero es importante que sí te reportes. Las reuniones, que utilizo mucho el online stopwatch para poner primero la piedra, los papeles que pido ayuda, el correo electrónico, pero sobre todo saber decir no. Redes sociales, no me peleo con las redes sociales, programo redes sociales. Hábitos gerenciales, lo que yo les digo es que tú te puedes organizar de muchas maneras, pero a mí me gusta mucho un método que es el Get Things Done. Es este libro, es el arte de tener productividad. Y él lo que hace es utiliza estas carpetas, déjame ver acá, yo utilizo esas carpetas y lo sigo haciendo algunas cosas en papel y algunas en electrónico, donde tengo 43 carpetas. Tengo una carpeta para el año que viene, literal para el 2021. Si tengo algo que hacer 2021, por ejemplo, un cumpleaños de alguien que ya pasó, lo pongo para el 2021. Luego tengo 12 carpetas de los 12 meses. Si tengo que hacer algo en septiembre, no lo veo ahora, lo hago en septiembre. Entonces lo pongo en la carpeta de septiembre. Y luego tengo 31 carpetas para los siguientes días. Si tengo algo que hacer el jueves, no lo veo ahora y no me preocupo, no me causa ansiedad, solo lo pongo para el jueves. Cuando llega el día 1 de septiembre, saco la carpeta del 1 de septiembre y organizo los 31 pendientes de septiembre. Pero dejo en paz la carpeta de octubre. En fin, yo lo que hago es programo mi agenda, ya se las había puesto acá, y yo la programo con tomates. De hecho, no sé si se dan cuenta que esto es una actividad que me va a demorar 3 tomates. Esto, 3 pomodoros, acá 4 pomodoros, 2 pomodoros. Y entonces hago periodos de 25 minutos y descanso. Voy cerrando mi presentación para dar oportunidad a preguntas y respuestas digamos, mis conclusiones. El tiempo es un recurso que es limitado, pero es maravilloso. Y si sabemos administrarlo y dedicarle primero lo primero, vamos a poder ganar una victoria personal, evitar los ladrones del tiempo y desarrollar hábitos gerenciales adecuados. Todo esto hay que dar seguimiento, hay que estudiar. Yo les voy a dejar acá una biografía donde saqué todo el material. Les recomiendo que lean alguno de estos libros. Estos dos es una maravilla, son muy buenos. Y en general, todos los que están estudiando una maestría, pues les recomiendo ver esto. Muchas gracias. Este es mi nombre, Andrés Farías, mi WhatsApp. Algunos ya me están escribiendo y este es mi correo. Voy a dejar un espacio para preguntas y respuestas. Déjenme quito mi pantalla. No sé si hay alguna pregunta que me ayudes, Alberto.
Creo que sí. Andrés, thank you for such valuable information, Andrés. We will go ahead and take some time for questions. So we're going to check the comments by our audience. Okay, so I'm just checking. So we just invite our audience to share your questions and to share also your perspectives about this presentation. So we're just vamos a esperar por las preguntas. Hay algunos comentarios muy favorables sobre la presentación, que es una excelente ponencia, se trata de un excelente tema. Yo creo que como docentes nos atañe bastante en términos de la gestión y el manejo de tiempo, que son algunas de las habilidades de las cuales adolecemos ciertamente.
I would like to thank you. I know how to speak English. I study in the US, but I consider to explain myself better in Spanish, and it was important to me to pass the message. So several people already asked me for the presentation. Is yours. I will share in PowerPoint in order to make some change or something like that. Alberto also has the presentation, so you feel free to contact me. And if in your institution, if you like to share this presentation, or if you like me to talk with your students, your partners, we're free no bonos, lo voy a decir en español, gratis, si alguien está interesado a que compartamos esta información en su institución, va a ser para mí un placer. Y por último, invitarles a que entren a nuestra red Talent Network, es una red de desarrollo. Tenemos un evento que se llama Jalisco Talent Land. Me gustaría estar en contacto con ustedes. Yo soy cofundador, dueño con otros socios de Talent Land. Entonces, si desean llevar estudiantes y ustedes mismos ir a Talent Land, Talent Education, por favor acérquense conmigo para conseguirles una muy buena beca y tratar de que nos acompañen presencialmente el próximo año y virtualmente este año. Muchas gracias.
Okay, we already have some questions, Andres.
Okay.
So there is one very important here by Garcia Marquez we have here. So how is it possible to dedicate more time to your priority if in some cases or in most of the cases the work itself is a priority for us?
Voy a contestarles en español. Básicamente lo que yo hago es un ejercicio de dividir los 7 días en 3 prioridades. Yo ya aprendí, déjenme les platico, yo doy 5 clases y tengo 280, mis cursos se sobresaturan. Tengo 280 alumnos, pero aparte soy director de otras 7 empresas y hago mucho de estas charlas. Entonces lo que hago es organizarme, genero 3 prioridades personales por día, las cuales por ningún motivo dejo que pasen. Mi objetivo cuando empecé eran 5, pero ya me di cuenta que no puedo más. Y después de eso le dedico a las actividades que me van a permitir tener el sustento de mi familia y de todos los demás proyectos que tienen que ver con el trabajo. Entonces lo que hice fue efectivamente empezar a querer mi trabajo y ser muy, muy cuidadoso. Por eso no lo he logrado, pero yo quiero dar clases en preparatoria. Yo soy un empresario también, pero quiero dar clases en preparatoria. Yo sí me veo de 70 años, 75 años solamente hablando con preparatoria, porque creo que es donde hace ciudadanía. Pero lo que les quiero decir es que hoy no hago otro trabajo que no me llame la atención, por eso me dedico a la educación. Entonces, sí tengo muchos trabajos que tengo que hacer, pero los limito después de hacer esas 3 prioridades para mí. Y eso hace que balancee, y entonces, como dice Víctor Frankl, hago cosas que me estresan, indudablemente hago cosas que me estresan, pero las compenso con cosas que me agravan. Ese es un tip que les doy.
Okay, thank you very much, Andres. We have another question this is by Julian Perez. So the question is, which is the advice, okay, like to have like an ideal scenario of all of the tools that you were sharing with us in the reality?
Sí, yo lo que hacemos nosotros es trabajamos con los chicos, por ejemplo, siempre me gusta platicar, por ejemplo, de alguien que no está acá para que todos seamos como coach, pero es algo así como que te platico, Pedro, para que enseñes Juan. Entonces, lo que hago con ellos es dibujo literalmente y en papel lo pongo en sus salones en todos lados, cuáles son las prioridades. A mí me gusta además que las vean sus papás y la demás gente, los compañeros, para que ellos digan, mira, mi prioridad es mi título, voy a trabajar ahora en mi título. Y literal, esa agenda que les mostré con los tomates, lo hago. Ese es el número 1. El segundo es que todo el tiempo estamos haciendo coaching y podemos platicar, sobre todo de las personas mayores que tienen mucho más experiencia y te van a evitar errores. Sí es importante que te equivoques, pero si le haces caso a los maestros que tienen más experiencia que tú, ellos te van a dar consejos interesantes. Sí, Knapp y Sarabsky tienen un libro. Arturo, muchas gracias por compartir. Hay mucha literatura, pero está basada fundamentalmente en que organices tu tiempo. La organización es el tema número 1.
Okay, thank you very much, Andres. Thank you to our audience for sharing comments and questions. It was a pleasure having you with us today. And everyone, remember that we have 2 more presentations today. Until next time. Muchas gracias, Andrés. Okay. Hello, everyone, once again, and welcome to today's third session. My name is Roberto Rojas, and I will be your host. Today, we'll be hearing from Hidra Gadis a presentation which is named "Online Course Design: Getting the Most from Learning Management System." So Heather Gaddis finished her master's in applied linguistics with concentration in TESOL in 2008 at Old Dominion University, and started her teaching career at Tidewater Community College and ODU's Intensive English program. In August 2009, she moved to Huajuapan, León, Oaxaca, and taught at the Universidad Tecnológica de la Mixteca. From there, she moved to Izmir, Turkey, and started to gain experience integrating technology into ELT. Heather went on to complete a master's educational technology online with Boise State University. She returned to Mexico in 2011 and began working as an academic coordinator at a K-12 bilingual school in Querétaro. In 2018, she completed the diploma in teaching English to speakers of other languages through Cambridge English Assessment. Currently, Heather spends her time working on a variety of projects and courses, including coordinating a teacher training course for pre-service teachers, delivering training courses for teachers in Querétaro and the surrounding area, writing ELT materials, and working as an examiner for international proficiency exams. Heather, thank you very much for being here. I'll leave it to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started with the presentation today, which is called Online Course Design, Getting the Most from Your Learning Management System. So I'm going to give Alberto a second to get the first slide up so that we can get started with the first question I have for you.
First.
No problem. Okay. Yeah. Greetings, Andre. Nice to see you again too. And are you in? So yes, I'm in Querétaro, in Corregidora. Okay. So like I said, our topic today is designing an online course, and I'm gonna show you some examples today from Moodle and Google Classroom. But really, the topics and the types of things we're going to talk about today can be applied to any course management or learning management system. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, great. So here are our objectives for this session for today. So the first thing I want you to start off by responding in the chat is, have you used a learning management system? So I'm sure most of you have, especially now, but which ones have you used? Google Classroom, Schoology, Blackboard, Canvas, Moodle, Brightspace. So which ones do you guys have experience with? And have you used them as a teacher or as a learner or as both? So start responding in the chat so we can kind of see what kind of experience we have here. So in this session, like I said, we're going to learn about the importance of design in online course management, learning management systems. And then we're going to see some tips of how to set up, how to get started with an online course. And then some common tools and assignment types that we find in those. And then finally, I'm going to close the session by talking about the role of learning management systems in flipped learning. So great. So I see Moodle, Google Classroom. I see a lot of you guys are responding in the chat. Thank you very much. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, please. Microsoft Teams is one that is becoming much more popular. Yeah. Okay, so the first topic we're going to talk about today is online course design. So as we can see in the chat, many of you have some experience with this, either as a learner or as a teacher. And so we're going to talk about design principles. So design principles, I have some letters there we'll get into in a second. And then we're going to talk about communication and how we build it into online course design. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so when we think about design principles, the design principles are contrast, alignment, repetition, and proximity. And this may seem a little bit abstract or a little bit like, oof, what is she talking about? But what design principles help us do is when we give a presentation or we send a document or we design an online course, it helps us to focus our students' attention on the most important things. So I just want you to think about, if you want to post in the chat, great, but I just want you to think about, have you ever attended a presentation or gone to a website where the design was distracting, you couldn't really find what you needed? Right? So how did you feel when you were trying to look around and find what you needed? Did you feel frustrated, confused? Did you stop just paying attention to the presentation, or did you leave the website? Okay, so what I'm asking these questions is because I want you to think about the fact that design is more than just making things look pretty. Design, in this case, the design of an online class, is about making sure the focus is on the information your students need, not on finding the information. So as I said just a second ago, the 4 design principles that I have here are contrast, alignment, repetition, and proximity. So before I get into them a little bit more, let's see what these principles refer to. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see here, I have the same 4 words, but they are very badly designed, right? So we have the list, the same list, but it's all over the place. So imagine if I asked you to make sense of this information, right? You would stop paying attention to me. You would get tired, just like Rosario says. And at the end of the day, you wouldn't really learn anything from the presentation or the website or the course. Okay, so the first principle we have is contrast, which you can see at the top, and it's in kind of a very light pink or maybe purple. So I did this on purpose because when we put things in a way that there's not enough color contrast, our students can't see them very well. So we have to think about the difference in color so that students can actually see it. We also can think about contrast in making the titles of things bigger than the subtitles or the text, right? So students can easily look at a page on a course or a document or a presentation, and they know what's the most important information. What are the titles and what are the subtitles? This will really help our students locate important information, help with them with scanning and skimming, right? And then the next principle we have is alignment, which means we can use bullet points or lists to put things together that are related, that are aligned, right? So that students know, oh, all of these points are together. And then similar to that is repetition. So this is the idea that we should use the same font, the same size of letters, the same as much as possible when we are talking about the same things. So if we have the titles or subtitles, they should be in the same size so that we can say everything is that in this size is important, and then in this size is a little bit less important. We want to use the same text, the same size of text for most of our writing, so that it's easier on the eyes, and that students know, oh, repeat. So this is all part of the same set of information. And then finally, down here at the bottom, way far away from everything, we have this idea of proximity. So proximity is when things are related, we put them closely together, right? So if we want a list of things, a list of vocabulary items or a list of instructions about the same activity, we put them all together in one list. And then we separate for the next list of activities or instructions or vocabulary words so that students can easily see, okay, I have 2 activities to complete. Here's the instructions for one, and then down here a little bit separate is the instructions for the next one. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, we're going to see some examples. In this case, the first one that we're looking at is with Moodle. So several of you mentioned Moodle, but again, these are principles that we can apply to any course management or any learning management system that we use. So here's an example of one period with this Moodle. And the way that we can see these design principles is you can see up at the top, I have period 1 resources. So for every single period, always at the top, I would put the resources that students would have. And then there would be a document with due dates. Then you can see here, I've aligned the actual assignments a little bit to the right of the other items that I have on that list. And all of them are together. So students can look at it and see, okay, here's some basic information. Here are my assignments. And then here are some bonus assignments at the bottom. They can use the proximity and the alignment to help them. And also, if you look at the names of the assignments that I have, students can see what type of assignment it is. They can see if it's classwork or homework. They can also see the due date of the assignment. So by having a naming system, students can easily figure out when something is due, what is the topic of it, and how is it going to be graded in terms of percentages. In this case, okay? So here's an example, like I said, here's an example from Moodle. And one thing that was important is I use the same exact organizational structure for every period or parcial of the year, okay? So every time that there was a new period that came up, students knew it was going to be laid out in the exact same way. They didn't have to worry about figuring out where to go to get the information. So consistency in terms of how your online classroom is organized, how you name your assignments, and how you write your instructions is very helpful and very important for students. Okay, so we're going to go to the next slide, please. Okay, so here is an example of an online course announcement in Google Classroom. So if you've used Google Classroom, you know that there are different sections. There's the stream, the classwork, and then over on the right is the people. So this is an example from the stream where you can post messages and updates to students. And a lot of course management or learning management systems have sort of stream or some sort of announcements. So this is what it looks like in Google Classroom. So in this particular case, for this course, there were synchronous Zoom sessions every Monday and Wednesday. And then after Wednesday, every Wednesday after class, the assignments for the next week were posted. So I mention this because it's very important to stay consistent when you post, because it helps students to get into a routine. So just like you were saying in the last presentation, having a routine, being able to set your routine is important. And as teachers, we can help students do that by having a routine for when we post assignments for them to do. So, as we saw in the last presentation, time management is a challenge for many of us right now, particularly students who are just learning how to be more self-regulated and how to work at home in a very distracting environment sometimes. Okay, so it's important for you to have a schedule for when you post things for them. And then here you can see, so taking into account that this course was on Monday and Wednesday, I have the assignment divided into two lists. So the first thing is the items or the assignments that the students have to do before class on Monday. And then down below, we have what they have to do before class on Wednesday. So this is an example of proximity. I've separated it. Here's first and here's second based on when they have to do these assignments. And then each list is numbered and the instructions for each part use the exact same language, okay? So this is an example of repetition. So before class on Wednesday, you have to do the following assignments. Before class on Monday, you have to do the following assignment. So I use the exact same language. So I think this is particularly important for English language learners because we want them to focus more on what we want them to do than on figuring out what we want them to do, right? And then getting frustrated and then just not doing anything at all, right? And then another thing that's very important is putting the name. So you can see here I have some things in parentheses, and these are the names. So because below this, you can't see it because I wanted to make it bigger. Below this, I have linked all of the documents or all of the resources. And so I've put the exact same name of that resource in the instructions so that students can very easily find it below. So again, trying to make it as easy as possible. I think of this as, the more clicks a student has to make in order to get to an assignment, the less likely they are to actually get to the assignment and do the assignment. So we have to make it we have to eliminate the number of clicks along the way. So it's just like when you tell someone how to get to your house, if there are so many steps and turns, they'll likely get lost, right? So we definitely do not want our students to get lost online. So using this, way we can help the students structure their time and not feel lost online. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so now that we've talked a little bit about how we can actually structure the way that we post assignments, the way that we name assignments, the way that we give instructions, I also wanted to talk a little bit about communication. So as I already mentioned, we want to be consistent in the use of language and the format. So, you know, if you always use a numbered list, a bullet point list, how are you going to format it so that it's easy for students? So again, I think this is particularly important for English language learners, but I think it's important for all types of online class, that it's as easy as possible for someone to look and see what needs to be done. Another important point, which I spoke a little bit about yesterday, was including the learning objective or the purpose of the activities. So in the face-to-face classroom, we sometimes don't really explain to students why we are doing a particular activity. And they don't always ask because, well, they're in class and it's a little bit difficult for them to go anywhere else in that moment, right? So we have a captive audience. But with online learning, students can choose to do something else. And there are many distractors in their lives. So we need to ensure that students are aware of why they're doing a particular activity so that they actually engage with that activity. And then another example is giving students access to the assessment tool that you will use to evaluate their work. So again, this is something that we often do in a face-to-face class, maybe by just explaining to students how they will be graded, but we don't always give them the rubric or the checklist that we use. So again, a rubric is a tool that we can use to evaluate our students' performance, and we'll see an example of one a little bit later on, but it's always good to give students the rubric or a checklist so that they are aware of how they can be successful and how they can best use their time. So these are just some tips for communication, keeping it consistent, telling them why, and telling them how they will be graded. So next slide, please. Okay, so now that we've talked a little bit about kind of the big picture of setting up a class and some rules to follow and how you will structure communication and how you will structure the way that you post assignments, I want to talk about some common assignment types that we find in learning management systems. And we're going to talk about some best practices in terms of these. So again, Google Classroom has these, Moodle, Schoology, Blackboard. They may call them something slightly different, but these different types of assignment types exist in all of the learning management systems that I am aware of. So we're going to talk about discussion forums, quizzes, and we're going to talk a little bit about presentation or document delivery. So when students deliver an essay or a presentation, something like that. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So discussion forums. So discussion forums are where we often throw a question out to students and they have to respond in some sort of forum. There are different types of forums. If you, for example, if you use Moodle, there are ones that students can't see the other responses until they respond. There are ones that they can't see it until after, they can't see the other responses until after a certain amount of time has passed. So I would encourage you to look at the different forms of behavior that you can have, or the different setups you can have in discussion forums, because they can serve different types of discussion and different types of purpose. But one of the things that I think all of us have experience with discussion forums is you're like, okay, cool, discussion is great. We like to do it in class, but it doesn't always generate the amount of interaction online that we would expect. So one of the reasons that this is because we tell students, okay, you have Monday to Thursday to go and post on the discussion forum. Cool. And then you have a student, you know, who only goes on Monday. They write their opinion, and then they never return because, well, they made their contribution, right? So you don't have, sometimes when the students log on early, they don't have anyone to respond to. There's not enough interaction generated yet. So the way that we can kind of avoid that, or to generate more interaction in our discussion forums, is to give intermediate deadlines. So 2 deadlines. So we might say by Monday, you have to go and post your opinion or your response to the question. And then by Wednesday, you need to respond to at least 2 other classmates. Okay, so this will help to generate a little bit more interaction between the students, because they not only have to give their opinion, they have to come back and they have to read at least 2 other people's and respond. Okay. Also, I think sometimes as teachers, we don't know what our role is, and we don't want to really get into the discussion forum. We just leave it and kind of forget it. And we need to treat it as something important in our class. If we're going to have students do it, if we're going to have them spend their time doing it, we need to treat it as important as well. So we need to play a part, not an overwhelming part, not a dominating part, but we can definitely go in and say, that's a great idea. What about this? And kind of ask little questions to help them respond to each other, or to help them extend their own response. So I think that there is a space for us, especially if this is going to be a very important part of our class, getting them to discuss online, because we don't have as much time for them to discuss in class. And also, finally, again, if we are going to use discussion forums, we need to grade them. Students need to know that they will be assessed, and therefore they are important. So we need to use a rubric so we can set expectations for what we expect in the discussion forum, as well as be able to grade it very easily. But don't worry, this doesn't have to be super complicated. So if we go to the next slide, we can see an example of a discussion forum, a rubric that I have used before. So you can see here, it only has 3 criteria. So participation. So was there an initial post and then a response to classmates? So you can decide if it's 1 classmate or 2 classmates or more. Was were the post on topic? And then the use of language and organization. So you can use this same exact rubric for the entire semester of discussion forums, or you can maybe slightly vary it. So maybe you really want them to use a citation, you want them to use outside resources. You can also include that, maybe replace use of language with use of quotations or with appropriate citation. You can change some of the elements. But what I wanted to show here is that using a rubric for this type of participation doesn't have to be ridiculously complicated. We can use the same rubric and students can know, okay, this is exactly why my teacher gave me a 9 for my participation or a 6 for my participation, and what they would need to do in the next time in order for them to get a full grade. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, please. So another common assignment type in many learning management systems is our quizzes. And I don't really want to get too much into quizzes or into academic honesty, because I know that's the topic of another presentation, but I do want to talk about it from a learning management system and the different ways that we can use this assignment type. So the first thing would be, as teachers, to really get into and look at all of the settings. We can use settings to minimize cheating or minimize copying, such as shuffling the questions or the answers or the actual questions themselves. Moodle allows you to have a question bank. So you have maybe 20 questions and it just pulls 5 randomly. Some of them have timers. Some of them have plagiarism checkers. So really take a look, take some time to look at the different settings in your learning management system and the ones that can minimize cheating or minimize students passing each other the answers in some way. So yeah, and another one that came up, having them open at certain times. So we can have the quizzes open and close. So Moodle, you can allow it just to open in a certain window and then it closes. So in addition to, giving students a time, maybe 10 minutes to finish the quiz, you can also put a window of time. You can put passwords. Sometimes you can password protect them. So they're there, but maybe you send out an email right before it's available with the password for students to get into it. And again, I think, like I said, getting really into the nitty gritty of some of these details so that we can see exactly how it's going to behave on the student end is really important. And I would also stress, whenever you want to try out a new a new feature or a new setting, maybe to have in your class, have enrolled a fake student so you can log in as that fake student, or a lot of learning management systems have a setting where you can switch to the student view and you can see what it looks like for the student. Because a lot of times, we don't feel super confident in what we're doing. So it's always good to have that student view so that we can be, really confident in how it looks and how it's going to behave in terms of the quiz. Another thing to consider with quizzes is access to feedback. So I know sometimes it can feel like a lot of work, but it's really important for us to think about how we can give feedback through quizzes. So if you use Google Forms, which is the Google way of doing quizzes, you can put, when you grade them, you can put feedback, personalized feedback for each question, or you can kind of put generic feedback depending on their grade. So in Moodle, if they get a 10 on a quiz, it can automatically say good job or something like that. So it's always good to think about how students are going to have access to feedback. Are they going to have feedback also immediately after they take the quiz? Or are you going to make them wait a little bit? So, for example, in the case of Google Forms, which I use a lot for exams, students don't have immediate feedback, right? So I set it so that I can manually release that feedback once I have graded everything. Moodle also has a similar setting where feedback can be released at a certain moment once maybe everybody has done it. Maybe you want to put that a day or two after the actual quiz or activity was done in case somebody does it late or that you have to make some adjustments. Another thing we can use quizzes is for different purposes. So we can use it to review or we can use it for evaluation. So you can have it so that students can do the quiz or the activity multiple times so that they can get different questions maybe, or they can have multiple attempts. You can also in Moodle have again a question bank. So every time they do the little review activity, they're getting 5 or 6 different questions. So it depends on your learning management system, but a lot of times you can have different settings so they can review and then they can evaluate. And that helps them kind of feel more at ease with the content and more at ease with the format. Okay, and then analysis of results. So this is one of the things that I like the most about using learning management systems for quizzes or for quiz-like activities is, my motto as a teacher, maybe my motto in life, is to work smarter, not harder. And I think that the analysis of results that come from Google Forms or from quizzes that you do in learning management systems helps us as teachers to do that. So instead of spending a lot of time checking by hand, we can automate some of the process, not all of the process. There are still essays to grade. There are still short answer questions to look at, but it can help us get a really nice view. So Google Forms, for example, and also learning management systems in general, they show you a nice graph of which were the questions that were missed the most. What is your distribution of grades? And which areas in general, depending on how you analyze your results, which areas are students doing better or worse than, and you can maybe even compare if you have from years and years of data from using the same assessment or similar assessments, you can compare groups to see which areas they are better or which areas they need work in. And so again, this helps us to kind of compare students and see what their level is in certain respects, but it also helps us as teachers to make better assessments. If we see that everybody is missing a question or that almost everybody is missing a question, we can just take that question out next time, right? Or take that text away because maybe it's confusing for students, right? So analysis of results can help us see our students, a needs analysis of our students, but also improve the assessments that we're using. Okay, so quizzes are a very important, or this type of activity is a very important tool for us to use in online learning. Not the only tool, but it is an important tool. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so another common assignment type is presentation and document delivery. And this can take place in many forms. It can be students upload an essay, upload a video, upload a presentation. So it can take place in many forms. And the reason I say that is because I would encourage you as we start this new semester to embrace variety of media. So maybe if it's an essay, okay, we got to have a document. But if it's some other type of assignment, maybe you want students to do a summary and you're not worried about it being in text format, let them do a presentation. Let them do a YouTube video. Let them do an audio recording and put it inside of a Google Doc. So access a variety of media is something I think is very encouraging for students and allows them to be slightly more creative with some assignments. And also, as I said before, always give access to the rubric, right? So, or a checklist. Sometimes if it's just a class work activity that I have students do near the end of class, I'm not going to do a full-on rubric that might be complicated for them. I might just do a checklist of 4 or 5 items. So how long does the text have to be in terms of minutes or of words? Does it have to include certain language or target language points? So what are the things that I want to emphasize? So Moodle accepts essays or any sort of document. You can, one thing I would encourage you with your learning management system is to see what kinds of assignments or what kinds of documents it accepts in terms of the space. So does it accept anything that's 10 megabytes or 15 megabytes? So that can be something to take into consideration. So, but trying to be, I think, as flexible as possible when possible with how we accept different types of media from our student, I think is important as we go along to help them use their creativity. Okay, so if we're going to go and see an example of a Google Docs assignment through Google Classroom. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is an example from an A2, so lower level learners. So L2, this was an A2 class. So in here, what I had asked the students to do was to pretend that they were a tour guide here in Querétaro, and they had to pick a place, because we've been talking about certain features of vocabulary related to certain places around town, and we've been talking about prepositions, we've been talking about the simple present and the present continuous. And so what I asked students to do here was to pretend that they were a tour guide and they had to pick a place in Querétaro to present. And I asked them to do it as an audio assignment. So you can see on the right of the screen where it says, I think it says audio English, and it has a little red box with headphones in it. That was the audio assignment that the student attached. And this student in particular also decided to include the notes that they were using and a picture of the place that they were describing. They didn't have to. The rubric or the checklist only related to the audio, but they wanted me to also see the place. So this is a way you can think of using different media, right? So students could give you the picture and then the audio alongside it. And then you can see here, because this is in Google Classroom, I have the calificación or the grade, and then I could also put some private comments about the document as a whole, so feedback. And I can also underline or highlight things within the text if I wanted to give particular comments about grammar or a word that maybe they pronounced incorrectly, but I can give very specific comment on the text as well. So this is an example of how you could use. So the app for the audio, Rocio, they just use their phone, and it's an MP3, I think, and the student just uploaded it to her Google Drive and attached it. So, but there is an app called Online Voice Recorder. I think if you just Google literally Online Voice Recorder, it'll be the first option that comes up. So if students don't have a phone or they don't want to use their phone, they can use Online Voice Recorder, and they can pick if it comes out as an MP3 or a WAV file, what file format they want it to be in, and then they can attach it. They can just upload it to their Google Drive and attach it to the assignment. So it's Google is pretty friendly in that way, where it accepts a lot of different file formats. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the last topic that I want to get into today is flipped learning. So specifically, I want to talk about how we can use a learning management system to incorporate flipped learning into your class. So let's just start off with a basic definition of flipped learning. So I'll give you a second to read it and to rest from hearing my voice. Okay, so so I want to point out a couple of elements in this definition before we move on to the nuts and bolts of flipped learning. So here we have direct instruction. So direct instruction is kind of when we stand in front of the classroom and maybe write examples on the board. So the teacher giving an explanation. So here we're no longer doing that in the same way during the class. Students are going to access that direct instruction before class, right? Before they move into the classroom. And then in the space that we have in the classroom, whether it's on Zoom, Google Meet, Teams, WebEx, GoToMeeting, a WhatsApp call, whatever we're using. But so when we're in that space with our synchronous learning space with our students, then we're using that for interaction. So that space, the time that we have with students is interactive. It's students producing language. Okay, so direct instruction goes before the group learning, and then the group learning, the time that we have in the classroom with the students, becomes a dynamic, interactive learning environment. So much more student-centered, much less teacher talk time, much more students applying concepts and producing language, in our case, as English language teachers. So I just want to give you a teensy bit of background into the need that flipped learning helps to satisfy. So flipped learning has actually been around for a while now. It's kind of one of the grandfathers, I guess you could say, in terms of integration of technology. And one of the first experiments with flipped learning was in university science classes in the United States. So a professor realized that instead of giving the same lecture to 50 or 100 students, this large lecture hall, that he could have them watch the lecture for homework or do a reading on the topic. And then in class, students could engage in discussions about the topics. So if we think about this in our context of teaching English, we can use flipped learning to make our classes, like I said, more student-centered. So instead of using the class time to explain a verb tense, you can record yourself doing the explanation, or you can create another digital resource. It doesn't have to be a video. And students can explore and learn about the grammar structure or about the vocabulary or another topic. And then you can focus, like I said, your synchronous learning time on having students use the language in a productive way. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So here is the classic sequence, or the basic sequence of flipped learning. Since, as I said, flipped learning has been around for a while now. So if you do a little bit more research into the topic, you can definitely find some other ways of doing flipped learning, some other models that have come out as people have explored it over the years. So, but the basic model here is that before class, students study and prepare for class. Like I said, they watch a video, they read a text, a podcast, a book, a website, a web quest, if you're familiar with that type of resource. But students do this before. And then during the class, students practice applying their knowledge. So it might be a discussion, certain activities like a debate, some sort of role play, and then, or they might be writing, depending on what our learning objective is, right? And then after, we can continue the cycle of flipped learning. Students might assess their understanding. They might do a short quiz. They might have to prepare a summary, or maybe we continue the flipped learning cycle and they do another session of preparation before the next class. I do want to point out something here, especially since all of us are working with university or high school students, so students that are of an age where they can be more autonomous learners. During the class, it is very important that we do not, I repeat, that we do not repeat the video or repeat the explanation or repeat the content from the before a session. So what if students were supposed to watch a video in the present perfect and do something to prepare to show their understanding, when they get into class, we cannot do another explanation, a full explanation of the present perfect. If we see that students aren't understanding, we can definitely step in and try to clarify their understanding, try to guide them. But if we do the same explanation, if we show the same video, the same activity, students will stop doing the before activity. Students, like I've said before, they need to maximize their time. So if they see that preparing for the class isn't going to help them to participate in the class, they're going to stop doing it, right? So we need to make sure that students are held responsible for actually preparing. That once they get into class, they see, hey, I actually do need to prepare in order to really take advantage of this class. And some ways we can do that are, we can say if a student says, hey, I didn't do the flipped learning activity, we can say, okay, I'm going to put you in the waiting room if we're using Zoom. So La Sala de Espera is a great tool that we can use. I'm going to put you in the waiting room while you do the flipped learning activity. And then when you're done, you can come back in, right? Or, we can just make it very obvious that they're not going to be able to participate in the discussion if they don't know the vocabulary that they should have learned in the flipped learning activity. So we just need to make it very clear that before is essential. It's not, if I have time, right? So that's a very important part, especially considering the age of students that we are working with. Okay, so we're going to go to the next slide, please, and we're going to talk a little bit or think a little bit about planning this. So a lot of times I think flipped learning has gotten a bad reputation for just watch the video and come to class. And that's not what flipped learning is. Videos are an important part of how we do flipped learning, but they're not the only part. And they also are the essential part. And we're going to see that right now. So here we have 4 essential parts of flipped learning, of the flipped learning planning process for us as teachers. So first we have the format. So how are we going to deliver the content that students will use in the before the session part? So like I said, is it going to be a video, a text, a podcast, a lecture, a website, part of maybe from our book, from our course book that we're using? So it could be a video, like I said, you get from YouTube. It could be a video that you create, depending on how specialized the topic is. But the format is, how are we going to deliver the content? And then part of the package of the format is the interaction. So this is what a lot of time is missing, the missing link of flipped learning, and it's super important, right? So let's say students watch a video in the present perfect. My present perfect is one of my favorite verb tenses, so that's why I keep referring to it. So let's say that students, they watch a video in the present perfect. Cool, maybe it's 5 minutes or 6 minutes long. But how are you going to, as a teacher, going to know, and how is the student going to know that they actually understood what they watched in the video, right? Or what they listened to in the podcast, or what they read in the book? How are they going to know, and how are you going to know? So that's where the interaction comes in. We have to get students to answer questions, maybe in a quiz, maybe in a Kahoot, maybe in an Ed Puzzle. So Ed Puzzle is a great a tool for interaction here. So here the interaction is not with other students, it's with the content. So here it's just like when we do a listening in the classroom, we need to give them questions before the listening so they know what to pay attention to, right? The example I always like to use here is, if I send you to the movies, which I guess all of us would probably really like to go to the movies right now, but if I send you to the movies and I say, okay, Edna, you're going to go to the movies, and then you come back. And I say, okay, Edna, who was the director of the movie? Who was this in the movie? Who was the producer? And how was the setting related to the characters? And why did the director choose that ending? You're probably going to say, well, that's a little bit unfair, right? You didn't tell me I needed to, pay attention to all of those aspects. I don't remember, right? So here, we're not testing students' memory. We're testing their ability to look at the questions or to look at the interaction task and have that in mind as they read the text or watch the video or interact with the website. So the interaction is essential to help students focus on what they need to focus on in the format, and to show themselves and us how much of the content they understood, right? Okay, so format interaction, we can think of it as one package, the video and the Ed Puzzle questions that go along with the video. So Ed Puzzle, it just, because it's something I've referred to and I think it's really cool. Ed Puzzle is a way of putting questions into a video. So students watch the first 30 or 45 seconds. You can put a question in that they have to answer, of getting them to stop and think, stop and think, stop and think. And Edpuzzle will allow any sort of audio or video, your own video, a YouTube video, National Geographic, Khan Academy, and it has some other video channels that you can pull directly from. You would have to have an account for your students. I think they can use their Google account if they have that login. So they do have to be able to do that in order for you to see their results or to see how they did. So format interaction. How are you going to deliver the content, and how are students going to interact with the content to make sure they've understood it? And then finally, a reflection. So the reflection is going a little bit higher up the levels of Bloom. So maybe the interaction is more at the comprehension and the application level. And then reflection is getting them to think about the thinking a little bit more. So this could be a discussion forum. It could be having them do a summary. It could have them doing some sort of collaborative task. So I'll give you an example that I think I referred to this example yesterday in my presentation. So I was doing a teacher training class for people who wanted to be English teachers, and we were going to be talking about approaches to English, so different teaching methodologies. The lexical approach, total physical response. I also gave them grammar translation, and each group had to investigate 2 or 3 approaches. This was done asynchronously, not in class. They had to investigate 2 or 3 approaches, and I gave them a Google Slides format for them to do a very short, it was 4 slides, a 4-slide presentation explaining the approaches that they had investigated. And then during class, students were able to look at each other's presentations, because one group had focused on a certain set of methodologies and then the other group had focused on another set. So they were able to use their collaborative presentations in order to teach each other about that. So this would be an example of reflection. So they're summarizing, they're interacting, they're discussing something. So these the FIR, so these are the things that happen before class. Students watch the video, answer questions on the video, and then maybe engage in a discussion forum about something related to the topic in the video, maybe connecting it to something else that they already know about. So the FIR is asynchronously. It's happening through your learning management system. And then the E, as we move to extension is what is happening synchronously in our classroom. So we might have students engage in a discussion, a debate. We might have them do some sort of group activity. We might have them interact with a guest, right? Yes, Rocio, I use the teaching approaches from there. So the extension is what is happening during the class. So if all of this together creates FIRE, as you can see, it's easy to remember in that way. So we have the FIR, what's happening before class, and then how are we going to pool that? How are we going to make a connection to what students have done before class to what we're doing in class? Because like I said before, if students get to class, to the extension part, and it has nothing to do with the preparation part, they're not going to do the preparation part. So we definitely have to be aware of how we are connecting what we're doing in our synchronous sessions to what students have done during the format interaction and reflection phase during the asynchronous part. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, please. This is going to be how we're going to put all of this together. I call this my masterpiece in Post-it notes. And as I referred to yesterday, Jamboard, I use Jamboard to make this diagram. Okay, so here we have the asynchronous part. So the blue Post-it notes tell us asynchronous and then synchronous. And so you can see that asynchronous, how the format, interaction, reflection, and then the extension pulls us in to the synchronous part. So, and we can use the synchronous, the part in class, for maybe having a special guest, doing group work, maybe some sort of one-on-one interaction with the teacher where you're giving feedback or you're working with individual students or small groups of students. We might use it to do a demonstration of something. So we can use that synchronous session to further develop the activity or to further develop the content that was introduced during the asynchronous or the flipped learning part of our class. Okay, and then if we go to the next class, the next session, or the next slide. Okay, this is where we're going to bring it all the way through the entire cycle of asynchronous, synchronous, and then asynchronous again. Okay, so we can see, like we have before, we have the asynchronous part, the before the preparation. So where students are doing the flipped learning of the format, the interaction or reflection, the introduction to a topic maybe. And then during class, they're moving into the development, getting deeper into that topic, really getting into the nuts and bolts of an essay. So maybe they watched a video of an essay and now they're going to do some actual essay writing or discussing about essay writing in the class. And then we're going to continue with that, the asynchronous, synchronous cycle. So after class, students will continue with the asynchronous learning part through our learning management system. And so they might do an evaluation of what they've learned. So to consolidate the learning, maybe they continue the group work that they started in class. So maybe in class, they discussed how they're going to divide the presentation, and then they continue to work on the group work afterwards. Or you could also have them continue with the flipped learning cycle. So introduce another new topic and have them do that, prepare that before the next synchronous session. And so they're continuing with this introduction of a topic or of content, developing it, reflecting on it, and then continuing with the cycle. Okay, so that is an example of how you can make this connect and the role of your learning management system in the asynchronous part to deliver the content, the format, the interaction, and the reflection. So for students to interact and to access the content for the asynchronous part through the learning management system. And then if you have synchronous classes, whether that's through a Zoom session, a Google Meet session, a Teams channel. I think Teams has channels and other ways of coordinating group meetings. And then maybe at some point when we can start going back to the classroom, you can also apply this model when we go back to the classroom. So the asynchronous part will be when students are at home, and then synchronous will be when we physically have some students in the classroom, however that looks like in our different realities, right? Okay, so if we can go to the last slide of the presentation, I just wanted to leave you with some resources. Some of which I've already mentioned, but I wanted to go through them. So the first is a link. So I don't know if our moderator can put it in the chat for you guys, but it's a link to a Google form that will create a copy just for you that is a planning form of what I just showed to you. So the asynchronous, synchronous, that my masterpiece in Post-it notes, that link will lead you to a planning form to help implement that model. Kahoot is something I was referred to in FIRE, so you can use it as part of the interaction. So several of you have mentioned that you use Kahoot. So Kahoot can be used synchronously in class. You know, I am super competitive. I don't know about you, but I'm taking a French class, and the moment that our teacher uses Kahoot, my boyfriend and I are both taking it, and I get super competitive. So it can be good for in class, but you can also use Kahoot for asynchronous learning. They call it a challenge. So when you create a new Kahoot, you can either do it in class or you can do it as a challenge. And so you can use Kahoot for the interaction part as well, for the asynchronous part. And you can come back later and see who's done it, which questions they got wrong, and things like that. And then Edpuzzle. So like I said, Edpuzzle is a way for you to take videos, your videos or other people's videos, and to put questions into the body of the video. And then final, I've referred to Google Apps a lot. I think that people are just starting to really discover the power of Google Apps, especially documents and slides, Google Slides, to do collaborative work. So to have different students working in the same document at the same time. As you know, as I've been working, obviously more and more teaching online, using Google Docs and using Google Slides for that purpose has really helped me to do a lot of monitoring. I can see what students are doing using Google Classroom. Because it's free. Google Classroom is free, and it is something that the CEP has adopted for Educación Básica. So it's something that we can take advantage of as well in Educación Medio Superior y Superior. And then Google Forms, we can use it for classroom quizzes as well as other purposes of surveys. So it's a very flexible tool in that way. So we have a couple of minutes for questions. So let me see if I can. I've seen a couple come through, but if we can kind of see some questions now, if you guys want to send some questions in the chats, and I will stop talking for a second.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather, for this very significant information, which will be of interest to many. So we're going to check some questions right now from our audience. So here, Lauren Rothbury is asking, is Kahoot for free?
Yes, the basic Kahoot is free. It only allows you to do like multiple choice question format or true and false. It doesn't allow you to do some of the other question formats of like open or like polling and things like that. So the basic is free. And one thing I really like, again, working smarter, not harder, is to look at other Kahoots that people have made, and you can even see how many times it's been played. So you can see if it's really popular, if it really works well. And you can take someone else's Kahoot and edit it. So sometimes I don't like Kahoots that are really long, because even if Kahoot's really cool, it does after about 10 or 15 questions get a little bit too much for students. So sometimes I'll take a longer Kahoot and I will make it a little bit shorter, but I'm pulling from someone else's. I'm not making all of the questions from scratch. So there's lots of really good Kahoots already out there that you can make use of and make use of for free. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very interesting information. So we have another question by Gloria del Carmen Martinez Robles. So she's asking, what do you think about Schoology? Do you find it less or more useful than Moodle?
To be honest, I don't have as much experience with Schoology. I know Schoology is designed to look more like a social media type platform, and so it's supposed to be more friendly for students. The reason I like Moodle, and this is kind of a personal philosophy, Moodle is free. Moodle is an open software that the entire Moodle community contributes to. And so I like the idea of contributing and using that type of software that's not coming from a big corporation, and that the whole community is working on. So Moodle as a software is free. What you have to do with Moodle is be able to put it on a server, and so it has to live somewhere, right? So the house is free, but the land is not in this case with Moodle. So I've used Moodle as an individual teacher. I think I paid $4 or $5 a month at that point to host it on a server, and I used it with some private students I was having at the time. And so that's why I like Moodle. Schoology, I'm going to be working with my nephew in the United States, and he's going to be using Schoology, so I will have a lot more experience with it soon. But it has a lot of the same features as some of these others do. It's just a matter of really exploring and getting into the nitty-gritty of all of these. The Kahoot library, Ana Luz, is that, I think that's what you mean when it says discover. They don't say library. I think in English it says discover. And that's what I was talking about, where I'll find Kahoots that are maybe 20 or 25 questions, and I'll edit it down. I will copy it and pull it into my Kahoot collection, and I'll edit it so it's a little bit shorter, or maybe I'll add to it or change some questions sometimes. So there's some challenges for you as a speaker. What's the most difficult? Okay, excuse me. So there are some challenges. Then for you, speaker, what's the most difficult as professors? I think the most difficult thing in Mexico for many people is access to a good internet connection, or access to a personal internet connection. I think that's something that we as a country need to continue to work on. And because if you can't connect, it can be more challenging, right? But I also think that not always having the infrastructure. So not all schools have gone into this crisis having the infrastructure set up. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of making sure we have a learning management system, and that there's training on the learning management system for all of our teachers. And then I think one last question, Padlet. I have used Padlet. I've used it for writing. So it's a good place for students to publish their writing, and then they can see each other's writing. The thing that's really great about Padlet is that it's flexibility. You can use it for almost anything, but that does require a little bit more of your own imagination, right? You have to look at it and be like, okay, how am I going to make it work for me? So it's really flexible. It accepts audio, Google Docs, Microsoft Doc. It accepts many formats, but so that means you have to kind of do a little bit more planning on how to use it. It's not kind of like all, set for you.
All right. Thank you very much to our audience for the interaction, and also thank you very much to Heather for sharing this very, very valuable information. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you being here today. Please, I ask you to join us for today's last session. And once again, thank you very much, Heather. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Judy. Welcome to our last session for day 2 of Challenges of New Teaching. My name is Alberto Rojas. I will be with you once again as your host. Allow me to introduce Judy Brocklehurst with the presentation Online Testing Academic Honesty. And then we're going to learn more about Judy. So Judy Brocklehurst for Languages and Multiculturalism began in her native Montreal, Canada. She's a lifelong learner of linguistics with a specialization in second language acquisition. Along the way, Judy became interested in blended learning and is currently the technology coordinator for Trent University's English language program. Judy holds a PhD at Concordia University and a master's degree at St. Michael's College, USA, in applied linguistics. So once again, Judy, thank you so much for being here. So in a moment, we are going to start sharing the presentation to start.
Oh, thank you, Alberto. Hola, hello, everyone. Thank you, UTBIS Puebla International Conference, for accepting me as a presenter and for organizing this comprehensive event. It's quite wonderful, and it's an honor for me to be here.
All right, so I'm sharing with you in a moment your presentation to start.
Absolutely. No worries. There's an echo. That's wonderful, Alberto. May I start? Okay. Hello again, everyone. I've been always interested in the aspect of testing, but when we flipped to online teaching and learning in March, this is Trent University, but of course, many of us flipped in March to an online platform to deliver our courses. The idea of testing and the challenges took on a whole new life. And so the big question is, how would we test students who could no longer be proctored or to be watched face to face in the same space, in a real life situation, in the same room, basically. So we had to rebuild our testing methods and ways of thinking about testing. And I still consider myself a true learner of this part of teaching, and it is definitely a work in progress for me. And there's a lot of solutions to be discovered. But I'm very happy to share my thoughts and experiences with you today. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the broad discussion today is what are online tests and the bigger issues around them. So the main parts of this presentation are the practicalities and considerations, and they're the online and the face-to-face. These practicalities and considerations are very similar. The fundamentals have not changed. Also, we're going to look at the methods and pedagogy of delivering online tests. And the last part I'm going to go over, the last aspect, is the merits of trust. And so what I mean by that is how and why to trust students, and how to help them make good choices, and to be trustworthy. And all of this helps their results to be authentic and valid. Next slide, please. Okay. So the objectives of this presentation is to examine the differences between online testing and face-to-face assessment. And as I was saying just earlier, there are not many differences. It's just the delivery, and there is the trustworthy and the authenticity aspect has shifted somewhat. So, but a lot of it is what we already know as teachers or educators. Another objective of this presentation is to present the framework or reference of an educator. So the focus is more on the course level rather than instructional policy or institutional-wide policies. The other objective I have is to discuss the design of assessments. So assessments is the broad term for anything that's sort of testing, like tests and quizzes and exams. But we'll look at other ways besides the traditional. So basically, how to deal with academic honesty, and what educators can do about it, and our attitudes and how they transfer to our students as well. Another thing I should add, that I will not be discussing directly tools or technological problems or technological failures, and these are all real. Like, we need tools, we need really good tools to deliver our tests and our courses online, of course, and technology will fail. They're very real. I just will not be discussing them. Also, not marking or rubrics. These are very, very important, but I have a bit of a focus today for this presentation. Next slide, please, Alberta. Thank you. Okay, so the practicalities. So these are very similar to, like, the online aspects. Very similar, as I said earlier, to face-to-face instruction. So the goals for every educator is to know your curriculum and objectives very well and understand what you are targeting when you are testing your students. And support your students at their learning, and give students reliable platforms and tasks to show their learning. And reliable is a very, very big word, and we'll be discussing that more later in this presentation. But that's an important part of the teacher. The teacher has to provide a very strong, reliable foundations for the students for their tests, for them to show their learning, and for the test results to be authentic. And as educators, we should always remember to test students on what they were taught in proportion to how much of what we're teaching is being tested, so the proportions are similar, and in the way that they were taught. And that the way has definitely changed since we've switched online. So the roles of an educator, and these are also commitments to, is the educator, their role is to design well-constructed and fair assessments, and the students should show their learning and be honest. Next slide, please. Okay. So I'm going to give everyone just a moment to be able to look through the slide a little bit, and then I'll discuss some of the points. Okay, so as an educator, your starting assumption should generally be that since we've switched mostly online to online teaching, that online tests or quizzes or exams or any way we assess our students are going to be open book. And open book means that the test takers have access to resources during the test, and but the assumption is that the student has studied and knows the material, so they can quickly access the resources, and so they know they have the information. They just have to deliver it in a test, and they will be using tools. So the testing in this sense means the summative and not the formative of learning, so they've already learned. So there are three broad categories of open book testing. So there's three ways you could approach this, and they can also be hybrid as well. So the three approaches are before the test. Test takers are given the test questions or a bank of possible questions prior to the test, so that they can prepare early before the test begins. Okay, and also it's useful also to give the students directions to the test. We'll talk a little bit more about preparing students for the test. And so giving the students the test, or seeing the test or the possibilities of questions before the test begins is one approach. And there's also testing during real time. So the students are all together, and you've now delivered the test to them. And so test takers are allowed access to resources during the test. And so you've allowed that, and there's a set time for the test. And the take home is another way of approaching testing. And test takers are given a test to take home to complete, obviously. And that definition is kind of very traditional, but because a lot of times if they're online, they already are home. The idea is that you've met with them, you give them the test, and then they kind of go away after that. But however, the teacher may have the students begin the test in class. The test directions clearly state the deadline submission of the assignment of the assessment, as is true of all testing. There has to be a time limit. But if the students are going away with the test, they should really know what the limit is to when they, how much time they have, and because you're not there to remind them, so they will have to know for sure when they have to hand in the test. Next slide, please, Salvador. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll give everybody another moment to look at the slide. So this is about how we start off setting a tone for the test to help the students understand the importance of academic honesty. This is, again, the same for face-to-face, except there is the added aspect of we are not in the same room as the students, so we have to take extra precautions and steps to help to ensure honesty. So an online test can begin by having students sign a declaration of academic honesty. And I'll show you some examples in the next slide. The way that Trent University does this is, or what is the system broadly used is, we ask the students 2 questions. One is ask the students to write their name. So that, let's say they're online, they're in a learning management system or some other platform for their test. And the first question would be for them to write their name to claim authorship of the test. So they're saying that this is my work and this is me doing the work. And this also kind of is a way of avoiding robots as well, okay? So that's the first task that a student would do, is to sign their name, or at least write their name in the first question. The very top of all your test, the first question is write your name. And the second task they have, the second question is, the student reads and agrees to the terms of academic honesty as outlined in your school rules or as written by you. And a nice idea is even to have the students write the declaration of academic honesty together as a community before the test starts. It's just a way of building the community of honesty within your group. Okay, and then of course it is also another way for them to actually see the rules beforehand, so they don't have to read through them, and that's can be time consuming. So as an educator, we should help students by providing information in advance on how to prepare and which resources the students that you're allowing them to use, or what you're limiting them to use during their test, or what you're asking them to be limited to. So as an example of what I mean by limiting resources, you can say they're only allowed to use their online textbook. So the information that they're using, or the platform they're using as a source, is their textbook. Or you could say you're only allowed to use the school's online library. You can also limit them by saying no wikis or no blogs. Okay. As an example, it depends on how academic your course is, and of course the age of the students as well. This is all considerations. So as an educator, you should target, of course, that's based on your curriculum. What's very important, though, is to teach your students how to cite, okay? Whether it's just a basic, like, tell us who originally whose information this really came from. So if they take some information and they put it into their work, they should learn how to tell us very simply, or if it's an adult or a young adult, using those measurements that we have that are a little more standardized, like for instance, APA. So students should be taught how to cite one way or another, and that's your role as an educator well before the test begins. And also, students should be taught so that they're not just copying and pasting. They should be taught how to paraphrase and also to note take if there's a listening component to your assessment. And paraphrasing and note-taking helps students show their understanding, as well as just one way of handling the information. If they're rewriting it or taking notes, and notes are well done, this gives us a better idea that they are learning and they understand. So about academic honesty, I just want to add more. This is from the slide. Explain why adhering to the principles of academic integrity is important. So explain that to them why it's important. But I think that most students know is the right thing to do. At any age, they know that they should do their own work, or if they borrow from somebody, they should say I borrowed from somebody. I think everyone, a lot of students understand this, and some need more explanation, and definitely you should be showing them how to do that the way that you'd like it to appear in the assessment. In the picture that you see on the slide is a little snippet of from the Trent University, from the Department of Trent ESL, and it shows our LMS, which is called Blackboard, and it shows that the students, before they begin a test, they have to click on the Declaration of Academic Honesty. And when you go into that, they will have to do tasks such as write their name, and also to read the rules of the university or the course. So this has already been embedded into our Blackboard sites. Next slide, please, Roberto. Thank you. Okay, so I was mentioning the declarations of honesty, and I'll just give you a moment. I'm sorry that the slide is not clear, so I'll have to explain it to you. So these are 3 examples of pledges, so promises that the students should sign before they begin a test, and these are just examples, right? You can maybe have your own idea. So examples of 3 different pledge forms the test taker can sign before the start of the test. So in the first, on the left-hand side, it's a tick the box. So the statement is basically that the student promises to work within the parameters of your rules, and it's their own work, and it's their own authentic authorship. And so the student just has to tick the box that they agree to that. Okay, that's one way you want to deliver that electronically. Another way is the center example, which is the students have to put their name and then also sign it with a signature. And it might have to be electronic signature, or you can ask the students to print this and to handwrite it and sign it and scan it, or somehow get it to you digitally. So that's another way you can do that. The last one is where you ask the students to recopy the declaration of declaration of ownership of academic honesty. And so the students rewrite the pledge, they rewrite it, so they're really, hopefully thinking about it as they're writing it, and then they sign it. And then that too is either delivered electronically through the platform you're using, or the students print it. Okay, so those are just 3 examples. There are many out there, and this is what we use at Trent University. Next slide, please, Alberto. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Okay, so methods. So this is something that's really shifted as we become more technology and we distance ourselves. There's actually, ironically, more of a reason to keep it real. Okay, and so we live life in a very much in an open book way. So we are regularly consulting electronically dictionaries, using search engines. We refer to wikis, Wikipedia or wikis, and we also contribute to them. We collaborate on them. We incorporate research. We look up research, and we use the research in our own lives in different ways for different reasons. But the fact is that we're often reaching for these tools, because these tools are so accessible, and they become a big part, really part of our lives. So by extension, if students are writing open book tests, they should be or could be using resource tools that they may be reaching for in real life. And if they do that, then we have to shift our way of testing. Okay, so and because this is real life, we have to try to make our assessments a little more authentic or authentic-like as much as possible. So and when possible, assessment should encourage a replication of real life situations, as we do regularly in our lives with these wonderful tools. And the objective is for the students more increasingly to be creative, to show their creativity, their problem solving, and to do a do learning. Okay, we'll look at the image in a moment. I'll explain that more. So so the benefits are that questions and tasks that offer context-rich scenarios can reduce the possibility of quick searches and a simple copy and paste. So if we have the students creating and doing and really thinking about their answers, they're actually less likely to commit academic dishonesty. So, consider. I recommend considering reframing your face-to-face or your more traditional test questions that currently focus on recall or memory, or just reproduction. And I'm going to say, I think that memory is an important part of testing, but I think we should shift more into actual students actually demonstrating the learning as much as possible, using the wonderful tools that we have available to us in this technologically advanced world we're living right now. So design questions that require students to pull in examples or apply knowledge to a scenario rather than simple recall. So if you look on the right-hand side, or for me, it's the right-hand side, it's the pyramid. Some of you might know this model. This is called Miller's Pyramid, and it was devised in 1990. And it may look similar to Bloom's taxonomy. It definitely borrows from Bloom, and it shows the scaffolding of students know something, and they can also show you they know how, but or they know how and then they show how, but then they actually demonstrate it and show in action in real life, and this is something that helps to. I mean, first of all, the students generally like doing this because it keeps them moving and thinking more holistically, which a lot of them like, and also it does reduce the chances of dishonesty. So this is called Miller's Pyramid. Vera, next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm just going to give everyone a moment to look at this slide. Can you go back, please, Alberto? Thank you. Yes. Okay, so here we kind of see more of a shift of kind of traditional ways of testing to what is recommended increasingly. It is experiential learning, this is based on the pyramid we just saw for Miller's Pyramid. So in more traditional testing, we use multiple choice, true, false, matching, fill in the blank. These are more discrete. These are ways of testing that require more discrete answers and are they have more recall knowledge. Not to say that you cannot use multiple choice for more advanced or authentic or experiential, showing their learning in an experiential way. But these do require usually smaller chunks of information. Okay, so as we go up the pyramid for Miller, as we ask the students to show that they know how to do something, the shift in testing becomes multiple choice and short answers still, but also more answers that develop their answers with supporting details and some critical thinking, or depending on how old your students are with the courses, a lot more critical thinking. So you might ask for essays and case studies that they have to examine and analyze. And also, depending on what you're teaching, you could ask the students to provide a formula, but also they have to show the development of their answers. So you see how they were able to either work from the formula or reach that formula. So the last sort of the more the do assessment is, so this is more application analysis and evaluation, is the students write comprehensive essays, they do projects, and their projects can be assessed, of course, and they simulate, so this also includes role playing, and they also do case studies as well, and they also apply what they're learning through recommendations, so they might recommend something like hopefully advanced learning themselves, they advanced learning, so they provide suggestions or recommendations and theories. So this is much further than just recall or memory. Consider students working together, if possible, for the assignment, for the assessment, excuse me. And if you can, if you have students working together, it's one way of authenticating their knowledge, because collaboration is also something that we can consider assessing as well, testing students on their collaboration, and because that's all part of real life. Next slide, please, Alberta. Thank you. So I'm sorry, these slides are a little bit busy. I don't know how well everyone can see them. So these slides are, the next few are examples of what I mean by having students kind of do for their assessment, as opposed to just sort of recalling or memory or copying and pasting. The broad idea is, as previously mentioned, so have students replicate real life and higher order thinking. And these types of assessments, again, may increase the chances of students handing in their own work that's valid, that's authentic, and it's their own authorship. So some examples of ideas on how we can assess students or test students in sort of like for the online world, and this can be brought back into face-to-face. And some of you are maybe doing this already, but I think it's become more important or needed for online testing. If we don't have the students in front of us in the same room. So ask as test takers to personalize or add anecdotal evidence to their answers. So bring in something personal into their answers to scaffold, to support the learning. Also, you can ask students to explain why they chose that topic or that person or that article, or why they arrived at that thesis. Okay, so this also personalizes the work, and yes, and also you can evaluate students based on their contribution to a discussion board. So it depends if you have that tool and you have, for instance, your Google Classroom or your own school's LMS, whatever they have they are using. So you've asked students to contribute, and you can give them marks for that. And also consider online also debates. So they're given a topic that they have to prepare before, and so they have to show their knowledge by debating it with other students or in groups. So speaking of groups, when possible, pair or team up students to complete assessment tasks. And this depends on you as a teacher. You might think this is wonderful. You're already doing this, and some teachers hesitate or don't want to do this. And this is fine. These are just examples. But if you do it, part of the assessment output could reflect on how the students are able to accomplish the task collaboratively. And again, this is based on the idea of flipping the class and testing into real life situations. So we always have to regularly collaborate, and students can show their collaboration to a testing environment. So depending on what tools you have and your students have available to them, but you can also ask students to audio tape, so it's not just like their keyboards, right? They can audio tape or videotape their answers. And also they can create a poster for something more visual, and that poster can be a synopsis or an outline of the main points of their learning, for example. Now, the next part is for the educator interaction. So the grader, the educator, can interview students so the student can discuss his or her answer. So the student has, for example, written an essay, and you can afterwards ask the students to summarize or explain the essay to you. Okay. This is also layers of, first of all, the students are interacting with their own work, and that's showing their understanding, and also it is helping us to be able to see that their work is authentic. It's their authorship. Some teachers do this. I have to say I'm not a teacher who does this, but I think this is something I'd like to learn more about. You may also have the grades of assessment be partly determined through peer evaluation. So the students are also contributing to each other's marks. Okay, I just have, I'm sorry about the echo, everybody. I do not have earphones. I'm very sorry about that. Okay, perhaps if I lower my voice a little bit, it will be helpful. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, methods. So how are we doing on time? Okay, so the core responsibility of educators are to design assessments that read easily, are well organized, and are appropriately timed. And so this is true of face-to-face. This is true of face-to-face building of tests, and it doesn't change for online testing. So the delivery of questions. I suggest that you create large banks of questions and randomize the questions. So test takers do not see the same questions all at the same time, the students are taking the test at the same time. They do not receive the same questions simultaneously. You may also want to consider scrambling the choices of answers. So there's the questions have been randomized possibly, but also the answers have been randomized. For either multiple choice or matching questions as some examples of testing. So for timing, typically, I recommend budgeting more time for online tests, as they generally take longer than closed book ones. Okay? Provide clear indications of how long test takers should spend on a question. So for example, you might want to tell the students each question you should not spend more than 1 minute, or a section should not be more than 20 minutes or something. And show the weight of points and a lot of time. So show the points and the time, and they should be fairly compatible. Okay, so this helps with the students to know their pacing. So the use of resources. Thank you, Claudia. So the use of resources, the students can specify which resources the test taker can use or limit the resources. As I mentioned earlier, you can tell students if they use a source, it should only be from your textbook, or you should only use online, the school's online library. Okay, and also to help students to know what your expectations are, a recommendation is to show students a sample test beforehand, before they actually do the test. Or of course, I say of course because this is where the do comes in for the pyramid. Have them practice the test prior. So have them practice have them do a practice test prior to the real test. Thank you, Ziomara. Next slide, please. Okay. So again, I'm very sorry about the echo. I've heard a couple of remarks on the echo. My apologies again. So we're shifting now to the last part of the presentation, which is the merits of trust, which I've already talked about a few points from it. So, so the merits of trust is that begin with the belief, I recommend this, that most students are sincere and honest and want to earn their grades fair and square. And as educators, I think we should show you should show your students, or we should show our students, that they are trustworthy. To have them believe that we trust them. And if you show this faith, they are more likely to live up to your expectations and make good choices. But we have to show them how to do that. So to do this, most test takers want the rules to be transparent. So the rules of the test or the assessment are transparent, they're objective, and the same rules apply to everyone. And that's one of the reasons why rubrics are very important. Clearly state the penalties and consequences of academic academic dishonesty, But I want to add that, so clearly state the penalties and what they could lose if they are did not provide their own work, or they have not cited their own work appropriately. However, please do not be threatening, because threats do not usually decrease academic dishonesty. So tips and considerations to cultivate honesty among students. Try to keep assessments low stakes. So low stakes meaning that they are not, they do not have a big weight in the course. So, so the bigger the weight of the course, very often the more stressed the students are, and the more likely they are to try to do well at all costs. Which means that they're more likely to show academic dishonesty. So do keep the assessments low stakes. And by doing this, or in a way to do this, is provide several and small assessments throughout the term, instead of fewer but larger exams. So smaller assessments throughout the term. This may also lower stress of students, and they're more likely to remain trustworthy and honest. The big idea here is to please prepare your students well for the test. Educators must teach to the curriculum, but also provide students with good study skills and habits that keep them up to date and ready for the test. Next slide, please. Thank you for those who've been sending in comments. I'm swearing time, excuse me. So merits of trust. This is the last slide of it. There's other slides afterwards, but there are references and contact information. This is our last discussion slide. So merits of trust. Provide examples to the students of what academic honesty is and what it is not. And you can maybe show them, for example, a flow chart of if it's common knowledge or if they've learned it and it's become part of them, and they don't have to necessarily cite it. But if they've reached for information elsewhere or it's unique information, then they need to cite it. So as an example is show a flow chart of maybe common knowledge information or what they've learned in the classroom versus someone else's work. And when you show these opportunities when you show these examples to students, it opens up discussion and it also strengthens the classroom community, which lends up to loyalty and trustworthiness. Prepare students to be called on. This is another suggestion. Prepare students to be called on to defend their work. Just say, okay, this is my work and I want to explain to you why. To authenticate the work's authorship. Defensive work, though, should be normalized, should be something that you regularly do during the term, so as not to alarm, not to scare a student. If you do call on them and say, what is this work? So please maybe incorporate into their formative assessments. So give constructive feedback throughout the term on all assessments so that students learn from errors and understand the instructor's expectations. So lots of feedback so the students know what you would like from them and they can go on and use that for their next assessments. I really believe in this next point very much, and be that approachable teacher. The student has experienced trouble with completing the test or understanding how to accomplish the task. He or she can feel safe in explaining the problem rather than resort to cheating. Okay, so I'm just saying that please, the students should be able to speak to instead of just saying, I'm going to reach for something else to get an answer. I've got a problem, I'm going to reach outside for the answer. Maybe they can speak to you first. And by extension, cultivate and appeal to the lines of communication between the student and instructor. So keep that nice community going and try to get to know your students and for them to get to know you. Even though we are online, that still is possible. And instill in them the value of learning and honesty. And lastly, remain fair and positive. And keep the focus on learning. So talk to them more about you are learning more than don't cheat. Avoid cheating. Okay. So that's so you can go to the next slide. Thank you, Alberto. I really appreciate that. The next slide is references for the thank you, Alberto. References for this presentation. And the next slide after that is contact information. If you don't mind going to the next slide, Alberto. Sorry, there's the next slide after that. It's contact information for me and the phone number of the department and also of Trent University, the website of Trent University. Thank you very much, everybody. If you have any questions, I'd love to hear them or know about them. Thank you, Alberto.
You're welcome, Judy. Thank you. Thank you for this very valuable information. It will be of interest. It was a great presentation. Now we'll be answering some questions from our audience. So basically, we're just waiting for some of them. We have also some comments regarding the presentation. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Louis. Louis, thank you very much. I agree. I think that to keep it positive and show that the teachers are the role models. So and you're there to learn, not to be a police officer. And so keep it positive. Yes. Thank you, Julio. Thank you.
We are having a lot of positive comments. That's something very, very good.
Thank you, Rodolfo, Teresa. Very nice.
Okay.
It brings a cheer to my eye how bilingual you all are. Honestly, it's lovely. So from Azario, this honesty thing around values is promoting many other values as well. Oh, absolutely. The whole pandemic social changing us into better teachers, human beings. Thank you, Azario. I believe that it's so. It's in so many ways that is so true. I mean, just whether it's in our online community, classrooms, and outside, I think that's been the so-called beautiful silver lining in this very challenging year, is that I think we all have grown together so much more, and we're just kinder people, I think.
Okay, we have a question by Maria Adana Prego. The question is, how institutions will help to work hard on learning improvement than final grades? A very good question.
I mean, the final grade for many students, the final grade is very important, right? But as educators, we try not to put too much emphasis or focus on grades. So we put more focus on the learning and having the students do the tasks. And that's ultimately our biggest goal as educators. We want to have the students be doing things so that they are learning, and we give them opportunities to learn. And we try to downplay the grades part as much as we can, even though we know it is important to them. So it's just the way you approach the learning. I mean, your course outline details, of course, the grades, and so you want to talk about grades with your students, but most of it is about like what they'll be doing during the term. So just keep the focus on what they'll be doing mostly, so the students, and that also lowers their stress as well.
All right, thank
why
you.
are schools focusing only on testing rather than learning? It is a big part, and it depends on your institution. I wish this, because we're not test givers, we're educators. So it should absolutely be more about the journey, not the destination. Elizabeth, the evaluating system including students by daily testing is a selection. Don't you think so? I absolutely agree. And it's funny. We should also phrase it too. Even though we may be evaluating the students every day, we don't call them tests, right? We call them tasks or exercises or opportunities. We are evaluating the students every day. Absolutely, yes. Instead of that big stakes couple exams during the term. How to change the number evaluation to real evaluation learning. Yeah, I think that's like a big part of like my approach is I used to be very much a teacher who did what we call the paper and pen approach of testing, and I've really changed that over the years. So I have students get together and role play in videos. And I have them do more project work, and they like being together too. And so I mean, it's so win-win. I mean, they're happier. They seem to learn better. They get a better sense of, they feel good about the course. So if you have them working together and also being assessed even together, that's a little bit of a sticky point. Like, it depends on your course and your students. I have been able to, because we have small classes, well, we have relatively small classes, evaluate students in groups, and they do things in groups, like they'll do video projects or poster projects or debates, and they are being evaluated on these. So it depends on your size of your group and also your type of students, and it depends on age as well. I'm very aware of that. But yes, we do want to shift the students very much from feeling that they're being tested as opposed to you're doing something for learning, and yes, you will get a mark for it, but that's incidental. Alejandro says, also, how can we get more backup from our institutions regarding honesty and students' work? This is a very good question, Alejandro, and I mentioned earlier in the presentation that I'd love to kind of talk about that more. My approach was more about the pedagogy of it. I think whatever department you have, or your principal, make that well known to them that this is important to you, and it's a growing concern. So probably the department for testing or for the principal or the principals are aware of this. So just try to articulate that point. What's the institution's role in testing? Absolutely. Galileo, TRO, Galileo, at the end of the day, testing becomes part of learning at the small platform delivery. Well said. Very well said. Yeah. I know Fidencio, most of my students care only about grades. Well, this does happen in Canada as well. Absolutely. And it's ultimately, if we talk about the real world, we want to know what the price is of something, and ultimately that's convenient. I mean, if the students are learning and they're doing activities that they like, they will themselves worry naturally less about the grades. Hopefully they are doing well. And of course, as a teacher, just like in face-to-face or online, we reach out to students who are struggling, who are worried that they will not pass. And they might be very stressful about not passing. So if you communicate with them, they will, you can have that discussion with them. And hopefully you can put them at ease. Or if there's a problem there, do some solutions, find some solutions. Do I think honestly it depends on the student's background? It can. I know what you're saying. It depends on the stressful situation. Some students' grades and ranking is extremely important, and that might create more need to use unauthorized tools. I understand. Thank you, Gabriela.
All right, so we're having a lot of questions and also very positive comments regarding the presentation. So thank you very much once again for this amazing presentation, Judy. So on behalf of UTD's Puebla, we thank Judy and all of our presenters from today, our attendees for tuning in. Do not forget to join us tomorrow for day 3 of Challenges of a New Teaching. Have a wonderful afternoon, and we really appreciate that we are with you during this event. Thank you very much, Judy. It was my pleasure with you.
Thank you, Alberto, and you too, UTBIS. Thank you very much for this wonderful conference. Well done. Well done.
All right. Thank you very much for your words.
Bye now.
Bye. So thank you for watching us today. We hope that all of the information that was shared today was useful for you. Do not forget to tune in once again tomorrow. We will be having much interesting information for you.
Yeah, thank you very much for watching us today, as Albert has said, and see you tomorrow on our third and last day of Challenges of a New Teaching. Remember that the e-certificate you choose is valid for the 3 days of conference. And do not forget to take attendance. Yeah, I have read, or we have read some of your comments regarding the sharing of the presentations, and we will do it. We will do it after this conference finishes. We are going to send to your emails, the emails you have provided, the links to go and see the presentations you have watched today with our speakers. And once again, we apologize for any inconveniences, about connection. Sometimes this happens, and well, we apologize for that, and we're doing our best. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow on our third and last day of Challenges of a New Teaching.
Bye. Have a nice afternoon.